Oh, hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Wow, I'm not flat today. Oh my goodness. Hello. Hi, hi. Hope you're doing good. Oh, hi, Malicious Magpie. Hi, Bread Talk. Hi, Blizzy. Welcome. But yeah, it's always I'm always very happy to join the Celestia chat group hangout. Yeah. But then I feel like most of the time, if not all the time, then I don't feel comfortable speaking because I don't want to speak over other people as well, right? Since there are many other people as well, right? And I didn't want to like speak so much, right? That I'm going to disrupt other people. So yeah, I get the bigger group now that I don't get to talk to you as much as well, but I talk. I get that one. But it's always nice to see you too. Heck yeah. It was nice seeing you in the meetup earlier. Heck yeah. I think I only saw you for a split second. There were there were actually a few times where my PC almost crashed via chat because too many double Brodians, right? I'm not saying it's a bad avatar, it's just like because double Brodians are very intricate, right? They have a lot of like different customizations and everything. So in all in all, it's like when there's a lot of double Brodian present, it eats up a lot of like the resources, right? So my CPU was at 100% just now. All right, the game was running at like 20 something FPS, but it works, so I wasn't gonna complain too much. That's the reason I want to hang out with you in a small group. Yeah. Yeah. I'm so afraid of like booting up VR chat and just try to be like I'm gonna host something though. I don't know, it's just something that I'm afraid of for whatever reason. I'm just scared. I mean, I'm already very scared just thinking about joining a VR chat group hangout. Demon Flame Dova when you came into Color Clue, I was so clueless. I was so clueless when I joined the Color Clue session, even though I didn't play it at that because I joined at the very last second. So I didn't do anything there. But I was like, oh my god, there's a lot of people in one circular like space. So I was overwhelmed. So yeah, I didn't really look at anything. I was looking at the wall. I was like, interesting supporter names. Wow. Legs. Oh my god, hey legs. Mega Kobo X6. Yeah, I I spent I spent so much hours trying to play Mega Man X6 when I was a kid. It's so fucking good. And it's so difficult as well. Show me a DM and we can just hang out in the fishing world. You don't need to host anything. That's reassuring. I'll I'll think about that. Thank you. 4, 5, 6 are so great. I only played 6, unfortunately. I never played 4 or 5 because I never owned the physical disc of them. But I own Mega Man X6. I only have 6. Because I don't know what Mega Man X6 was before. So it's like, oh my god, Dad, look at that cover. Look at that cover. It's so cool, Dad. Look at this, Dad. Dad, look at this, Dad. Right. And then he's like, ooh, 买了。It's like, yeah, just buy it. It's okay. Like, yay, I have Mega Man X6. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Wow. Right. That was me as a kid. And then I didn't realize I'm gonna spend so much time trying to get good at the game. Like I thought I was gonna get so mad at the game when I was a kid, but no. Something about this game just keeps pulling me back in, right? So the game is really fun. Definitely a big turnout today. Oh yeah, there was like 20 plus people. I mean, good for Celeste, good for Mistress, definitely. Right? Heck yeah. Definitely recommend if you ever get the chance. Maybe I should play 3 as well. 3 for the SNES is really fun. Such good flow. Gosh, I need to play like 4, 5, 6 at some point. I'm playing 6 today. Maybe some other day we could do like 4, 5, 6. You know, if I can just go internet and be a yar har and a bottle of rum. On my Nintendo 3DS emulator on my phone, I have the Mega Man Legacy Collection. My Nintendo DS emulator on my phone, I have Mega Man Zero Collection. I never played those. Are they the X collections? Because I think Mega Man X and Mega Man is different. I think there is like Mega Man X until 8 and then stopped. But then Mega Man has like 14 or something. It's like, whoa, there's a lot of Mega Man games, but not a lot of Mega Man X games. Oh, Bucket. Hi, Jameson. Hi, Dragon. Hello. Legends have always been a favorite. A soft spot for X6 and 8. Oh, Mega Man 0 is either after before Mega Man X. Oh. Story-wise or published date-wise? Because excuse me, right? Because I have like almost tiny knowledge on Mega Man in general. I only know about Mega Man X3 and 6 and 7, 8, right? I used to play Mega Man X7 a lot. I play Mega Man X8 a lot as well. I have them on my PS2. Right? It was really fun. I have a VRS and I give her some pets when I steal my haunches. Oh my god, Dragon giving head pets. I'm so gonna be there forever. Can't remember material. It's all good. Don't worry about it. I mean, you don't have to like remember everything about the game, right? It's fine. I don't know much about the game too, so I want to play X6 today. Why the sudden X6 though, right? Because yesterday I was browsing some of my PS1 games and then I saw, oh my god, Mega Man X6. Fuck, it's so good, right? And then I looked at it, I booted it up, I played a little bit, and it's like, oh fuck, yeah, and I need to play this. I need to play this. So I played a little bit last night and I was like, yeah, I need to play this. I don't think I remember most of the armor parts places well, but we'll try to find them along the way. It's fine. I'm almost, so I can't do much, but I definitely love the pets. I'll love the pets too. Oh my god. Dragon pet though. Oh my god. 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 Are you playing Chrysal? Theater of Idols? That sounds like a horror game. Is it? I don't know actually. Oh, speaking of games, I happened to stumble upon a game called Dracul Blade. Look at it! Look at the dragon looking at me like that. Holy shit, I'm gonna... I'm, I'm, I'm okay. Been playing Pokemon Champions Mobile. Never played that. Monster Mystery for the Quest for Kinship. Love that game to bits. I'm gonna wish for more updates for that game. You don't have to do much, get some pets, just lay down. I will lay down so hard in front of you just to get pets. As much as Kobo possible. But yeah, I'll play this at some point. I looked at the trailer for this game. It's like the dragon Anthro dragon with sword.
With swords, right? A dragon with swords that does Devil May Cry combos and shit. It's really fucking cool. I'll hold you to that. You better. I could say because I'm 157. Is that centimeters? No, 1 point. That's meter. Oh, it's avatar. The perfect duo, Mizu and Lagi. I played the Dino Blade demo at some point, I think. And did they update the demo? Dino Blade. Yeah, I wishlisted it. Oh, there's Spinos now? Mama Dragon. Hello, Mama Dragon. Oh, wait, don't we always play as a Spino? I don't remember. I think we do. Available July 24th? Wait, what? Really? Oh, the game already... The game has a release date now? Yeah, the game has like a parry system that is really fucking cool. Imagine Sekiro, right? Sekiro but Dino. It's something like that, I believe. Right? The parry system is like Sekiro. Once you parry enough, you build up the stagger bar, and then you can do a big move. But usually you can parry and do like a small move as a punishment. I remember seeing the dev tweet about this years ago. Yeah, it's so cool actually. Oh my god. I can't wait to play it. I can't wait to play it for real, but it's probably gonna be another money gun. No. I'm sorry, Chef Glaive, this is question. I've been exploring the burrow. Yeah, take your time. The game is fucking amazing. Right? Explore as much as possible. Get your monsters level up, right? I think I'm not gonna say anything to spoil it, so you're on your own there. But yeah, take your time to explore. Right? Game is really fucking fun. It's really great. That's my own stream. There we go. And then I'm going to Duck Station. Alright, we're going in Duck Station. I think I'm going to do this. And then I'm going
to open up Mega Man. Actually, let me close this real quick. Yeah, explore the game in general. Alright, I know Barrow is like the town. Alright, MegamanX6. Let's play. Oh my goodness. That's a game. Oh, dear. I forgot how loud that was. I might be able to turn down the volume a little bit for this one. Give me a second. Audio. Output volume. Output volume at 60%, I think. PS4 intro, yeah. It's so cool. Fucking hell, man. Sorry, give me a second. I hope this is like not too loud. I think it's not too loud. Okay, we have my controller in. Fuck, I cannot wait to play this. Fuck, it's so good. I'm putting this to the side a little bit. Nah, I guess having a little bit is fine. Ready? Oh, they're ready? Holy shit. I'm turning down the volume for this one. I think this is fine, right? Oh my god, I can't wait to play this This goddamn background play is making me want to play the game. I hate it. Alright, let's go. Oh my god, they have voice acting right. They have and then when they get hit, they go like ah. Fuck, it's so cool. I'm gonna cry. Game level normal. Alright, we good. Hey, by the way, I was so excited to play this. I forgot to say, hope you are doing good. Right? Heck yeah, hope you are having a nice weekend. First time people to borrow me and Lakers got to level 3 or 4. Yeah. Do we skip the cutscene and just play the game? Oh my god, it's so hard to get it perfect. Okay, there we go. Kobo excited is cute. I'm so excited for this game though. Holy shit. Japanese voice acting as well? Gasp. 1 week later. Doing great. Awesome doctor appointment. Plays a Scottish pirate in D&D. Scottish pirate? Ooh. Pirata. Now curled up in bed watching Kobo play Nostalgia. Oh. Oh my god, that's a big change. I'm going mad and it is so liberating. Wow. Ikenai. Yeah, he's probably fine. Well, he's only like laughing like a maniac, glowing red aura, red eyeballs, but nothing much. I think he's pretty fine. Oh no, the classic. Chat, did you know that I never looked at the story of this game? Not even a single second. Everything I just skip. I just want to play the game. But I think I kind of want to understand the story a little bit. Even though this is like X6, right? We're already like X. X. 目を探すんだ。Oh my god, poor X. I just woke up. Oh fuck. Alright, okay. To be fair, most of the games are... Dr. So-and-so is causing chaos. Save the people. Sounds about right. Oh, they're ready? Most of the mechaniloids became mavericks. It's been a long time. Stay alert, X. I'll be fine since I have the armor and saber. Since I fixed the Falcon armor very quickly, the dash function is incomplete. Alright. Anyway, I will stop the mechaniloids. Okay, go to the entrance of the ruins ahead. Alright, what do we have? We have dash cancels. We have pew pew pews. We have charge pews. We have dash jumps. We have hold dash and jump and steal thing. We have Seba. Seba, you can just don't worry about it, right? That's absolutely not broken. And then you have voice acting. Oh, it's so cool. You have wall jumps as well. You have big cuts. Dash jump, my beloved. Yeah. This is controller breaking, but it's fine. For a good cause. It turns Mega Man to a Sonic game, I swear. I know. It's so fast. Yeah, in a good way. If the Buster fails, use the Z Saber. Yes, it is the time to ask for Zero's power. Oh yeah, you have the classic. The classic must have. God, the voice acting is so good though. Okay, I can do it. I should just dash jumped. The later Mega Man games got so interesting, I wish I was more into them growing up. This is the only one I was super into was the Net Battle. Oh, the Game Boy one. The great fighting game on Game. Yeah, that one I didn't get into, but I played it for a little bit, but I couldn't understand the thing because I couldn't read English and everything was hard. Oh my god, rude. Oh, I couldn't dash because I'm already kissing the wall. How weird. Oh yeah. There you are you alright? Beyond here is a giant mechaniloid. It suddenly activated due to a radio wave problem. We are afraid and we got hurt. I'll take care of this. Return to the hunter base now. Alright. It acts like it's possessed. Be careful. Possessed how? God damn the animation as well. Holy fuck. PS1 baby. PS1. It's so good. Oh my god, I'm gushing so hard right now. Oh yeah, the warning sign that takes like 10 years of your time. I think I remember I have to aim for this thing. Do I? Or do I just hit this? Whoa, they hurt. Oh my god, it's so... Hello, new move? Very cool. We're almost there. There we go. That took a while. I remember how to play this game. Nostalgia bold? Yeah, I'm feeling very nostalgic now. Hell yeah, Zero GG. Nice KS. Zero? It's so fucking cool though, the warning signs. I knew Zero was doing this. Who are you? Hi Max, I'm called Desmond. I'm called Desmond Mudada. Shinomu. I'm investigating the Zero Nightmare. Desmond. I can't. What? Did you say the Zero Nightmare? What are you trying to do? What is your connection to the Zero Nightmare? What about Zero? You are behind this. You are dangerous. I'll dispose of you. Desmond. Watch this. Desmond. Mudada. Desmond. Mudada. Maverick Hunter? Not amazing. We would destroy the Zero Nightmare. You are not wanted here. Keep out. Damn, cold. I could not inflict any damage on him. High max the Zero Nightmare. Did I dream about Zero? What is happening? Oh my god, so many questions. It's so cool. I'm D rank. I think I have a safe data here. Yeah, I do. Oh, I played for a bit too. We save at data 2 then. Look, we have so many datas, why not just save at data 2? Who are you?
すでに知っておるかと思うが、今各地で不可解な現象が起きている。我々はその現象をナイトメアと呼ぶことにした。
Damn, Nightmare?
それは人間っていうところの夢。いや。
Yeah. Reploid's a kind of dream for human beings. No, it's a nightmare.
悪夢に似た幻をレプリロイドに見せることによって混乱させ。
Hallucinations, something like.
ひどい時には暴走を始めたり、自らをデリートしてしまうこともある。
Oh, chat, actually. This is like a very side note, non-related to the game at all, but if any of you in my chat do see an ad, be it like stream banner ads or just straight up video ads, do let me know for a little bit, because I kind of want to like know if there are actually ads playing on my channel, right? If you use adblock, feel free, right? It's totally fine. I promote the use of adblock. Actually, adblock is good, right? But if any of you who actually receive ad playing on my channel, I want to know, because that will be like a point that I can use to go to Twitch support and say like ads playing on my channel, but I'm gaining nothing, right? So thank you.
先のスペースコロニー落下事故により地上に残されたレプリロイドも人類もあとわずか。もうこれ以上犠牲を出すことはできない。
できない。Mead, I was there for a little bit. How was your stream?
今度こそ
Mead
地球
friend.
存亡の危機に関わるであろう。
Hello.
そこで事態を重く見た我々はナイトメア現象の謎を解
Nightmare.
明すべく疑いのある8つのエリアに調査員を送り込んだ。
It's the Corb. It's here. Oh my goodness.
何せナイトメア現
I can
象は
sniff. The nightmare phenomena are caused by Zero?
あの名を馳せたイレギュラーハンターゼロ。彼の亡霊が原因であるという情報も
How
ある。
Meat is doing it. What?
なんだって勝手なことを。
待って X、 最後まで聞きましょう。
Hmm. You're so cute when you wave.
さて、ここで勇姿を募るとしよう。我々と志を共にする者たちよ、力を貸してもらいたい。この8人の調査員のもとに集え。我々の目的はナイトメアの撲滅、そしてゼロの亡霊を消すことである。未来のため来たれここに。
Propaganda.
なお、このハイマックスが調査員のリーダーとして参加しておる。
I'm okay. Gonna make breakfast soon. Water your potato. Mm-hmm. Might go deal with the garden first before the heat starts to build up. It is still quite early in the morning for you, right? I believe 6 hours of difference. About 6? Yeah, 7.
我らのところに来れば身の安全は保証しよう。
Right.
イレギュラーハンターもレフリフォースも今や壊滅状態。未来は我らと共に自らの力で守ろうではないか。待っているぞ諸君。
Mm.
ふざけてる。ゼロのことをそんな風に。みんなを救うためにゼロは命を懸けて戦ったのに。
Only X knows. Oh my god. Thank you, Blizzy. Gonna have to... Oh, gonna look around? Okay, okay. Have a good luck. Good luck taking care of house things.
今は何を言われても仕方ないわ。事実、ゼロの姿をしたナイトメアが目の前に現れたのよ。私たちも調査する必要があるわね。ナイトメアの正体を。今はアイ族やハイマックスのことは放っておきましょう。
Ooh.
疑いのあるエリアって言ってたけど、一体どんなところなんだ。調べられないか、エリア。
ダメだわ。激しい電波障害が起こってる。ここからでは調べることができないわ。
なら乗り込むしかないな。直接ナイトメアに触れることができるかもしれないし、さっきの調査員っていうのも気になるしな。
The X is going in raw? Oh my goodness.
ナイトメアか。危険が伴う任務になりそう。正体を突き止め、被害を最小限に抑えなければならない。奴が言っていたように、これ以上レプリロイドを失うことは許されないか。 X、とりあえず一度戻ってくる。
了解。
Are we playing? Are we playing now? Oh my god. Oh fuck yeah, that's the music, that's the thing. Ui. When I'm beginning our mission to check the 8 areas that Isaac had sent investigators to investigate the nightmare phenomena. But considering the situations of the Maverick hunters, you are the only hunter who could accomplish these difficult missions. As we've lost Zero, you are our only hope. Can you do it, X? I'll do it. I've just obtained a report on the nightmare areas and the investigators sent to the areas. However, the details of the situations in the areas are still unknown due to bad radar transmission. Also, in case any changes occur in the nightmare area, I'll show you by a red signal. It is difficult to predict what the changes are though. That's okay, I'll know when I get there. I'll discover what the nightmares are, and what Isaac's intentions are. Don't push yourself too hard, X. Remember, you are our only hope. Roger. X? What is it, Adia? Nothing. Just be careful. Some Reploids may accept what Isaac says as true and come to the nightmares areas. If you find them, secure them and then send them to Hunter Base. The Reploids you have rescued can be surveyed here by pressing the R1 button. Who's Douglas? Megaman Legacy, the collection is basically Megaman 1 to 6. Oh, in one game? That's pretty cool. If you obtain many items, I'll process them into parts you can use. You can equip the parts with the L1 button. Good luck, X. Parts. Rescue. Is my camera being funky? I don't know, it feels like it's working fine now. Alright, let's see. We're gonna start with... Do we start from this one? We do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How about? Or maybe based on the situation I'll try to change. I already forgot what's the optimal optimal route for this. I'm just gonna like go for the basic route of like, yeah. Falcon or X? X deals more damage, right? If I remember correctly. Let's do X. Like no armor, naked X. Commander Yammark. Commander Yammark. Mega Man music is the Woodman stage from Mega Man 2. Mega Man 2 has all the classic bangers, honestly. From the NES, right? Ready? Oh my fuck. Holy shit, the music. Fuck. I'm so happy. Holy shit. This is the Amazon area. I can't understand the situation there from the Hunter base. I wonder if the nightmare caused this jamming. Probably. You still have the saber? Yeah, you do. Okay. So moveset still basic. You don't have jump dash anymore now. But I believe the full charge does more damage. It appears to be a transport mechanoid. It has a loading space on its back. So I can, yeah, I remember this thing. And if I hit it once, yeah, it does this. Basically repositioning a little bit. Something here, right? Oh my god, my brain is like, I remember this part. That was pure muscle memory. X. I wonder when peace will return. I wanted you to live in peace and in a warless era. But we must put an end to this nightmare. Forgive me. All I can do is give you this armor. However, for security reasons, the armor won't work until the 4 programs combine. Collect 4 programs to complete the armor. Now I will install foot program of the blade armor. This program will enhance your dash performance and enables you to perform the Mach dash. You can dash while jumping and you'll be invincible in the beginning. Oh, for the Earth, for the future. Good luck. All of that just for food part. I cannot believe it. You talk so much shit and you're just gonna give me one part? Okay. That one part is good actually. Oh yeah, I have to jump back to the second hit. Idea, I got some unusual data signal. It must be the nightmare. Stay alert. Okay. Oh, I shouldn't have hit that. I mean, I cannot even get up, right? What? Oh my god, numbers! Hi, numbers. Oh my god. Oh my god. How numbers is doing good. Oh my god. Oh. Oh shit, oh shit. Oh my god, that hurt. Hello. That's a beautiful couple. I'm doing pretty okay. I woke up early, so I'm kind of blurred, but I'm very fucking excited to play this game. Used to be my childhood, used to be my, like, the game that I play for a long time. But I haven't played this for many decades. Well, not many decades, but for almost a decade now, so I don't know how to play this game already. There's something down there, I think, right? I mean, I have 7 lives. If I die, I die. Yeah, I remember. Holy shit. Chat, I remember. That's crazy. And I think that's the only one. That one was the one that doesn't have any indication of, like, there's a secret area. The transport mechanoid can stand on the spiny trap. You can use it next, charge right on it. Okay. Top numbers is doing good too, heck yeah. Oh, Yeki Piki out. I have to do something stupid here. Get hit. Okay. Get hit. Oh, okay, we good. I need the iframe to see if there's any traps down there. Holy shit. Just got home from work. Oh, I hope work wasn't too harsh and bad. Also, the dead zone. I need to change the dead zone. Sorry, give me a second. I have to, like, controller 1 settings. Dead zone is already at 50%. Oh my god. Maybe I have to do like 60% at this point. It still happens sometimes. Lesser now, I guess. It's like when I'm at a pinch and trying to, like, micro adjust my character, it does that and I don't like it. Nah, it's fine. Whoa. Oh my god. Holy hurt. Oh, it chases me down. I'm not gonna explore too much for now. I got a strong data signal. It should be from an investigator. The investigator here is Commander Yammark. To be on the safe side, be sure to set up the weapon. Alright, I'll do it. Alright, practice my charge. Boom. Alright, we good. The walking animation is so smooth. Oh my god, it's so cool. Mosquito. You're the Nightmare Investigator, Commander Yammark? Yes, I'm in charge of the Amazon area. Tell me, what is Zero up to? You must know something. Zero has nothing to do this. Stop accusing him. I won't trust both the Maverick Hunter and Reploid Researcher. I don't know what you're thinking. I won't end up being betrayed and deleted. I will delete you first. Delete this, casual. Alright. I can cheese. Ute. Oh, I can destroy the bullet. Ooh. Ow. Ute. Hell yeah, easiest boss ever. Find a breathing tiger in the Woodman stage is very annoying. I never played Mega Man at all. I only played MegamanX6 and X6. So I don't know much about the previous games, if at all. The boss fight music though? Oh my, holy banger. Well, that was the easiest stage ever. You found a mysterious item. It's related to the nightmare. Let's call it the Nightmare Soul. Collect the souls to increase ranking. As your hunter ranking increases, you'll be able to equip pods. The higher the ranking, the more you can equip pods. When you achieve the GA rank, you will be able to equip the limited pods. Unlike the other pods, the limited pods should be equipped at the weapon select screen. Don't forget that you can use it one time only. Ah. Yammar Auction. Dragonflies help you on offense and defense. And then all the rescue list. Life of energy up rapid 5, rank 5B. Commander Yammark, an ex-investigator in the Amazon area. Ex-investigator, that was quick. He was a Reploid created for the Nature Preservation Project. He burned the forest by control disorder. He wasn't accused of the incident, but someone altered Yammark's flying system. He crashed and died. He was created by my colleague Gate. Oh, Gate was your colleague? Damn.
報告します。早くも調査員が一人。
分かってる。例のイレギュラーハンターに倒されたのだろう。未だにいつ作られたかもわからないオールドロボットに勝てないのか。
Mysterious old robot?
アイゾックよ。しばらくあのハンターを監視してくれ。
は。
それよりあの実験はどうだ？成果は出ているか？
すべては順調に絶大な効果が出ております。99.98% の確率でレプリロイドを陥れています。素晴らしい発明ですな。しかし、ハイマックスをもってすれば、今すぐにでもすべてのレプリロイドを抑えることが可能です。現にあのイレギュラーハンターですらかなわなかったのですから。
I mean, Hymax was... I couldn't do any damage. See, I don't get it. Why would you say no? Hymax, I literally cannot damage Hymax. If you send in Hymax now, it's GG. You win. Why? You can gather so much data after you win everything, no?
かしこまりました。
ところで、お前の探し物は見つかったのか？おそらくこの世には存在しないと思うが。
いやー、そんなはずはありません。私は見たのです。それに奴はあのぐらいのことで死んでしまうようなランクの低いレプリロイドではありません。
Well, Brian. Hey, Brian. I was just playing Mega Man 3 earlier today. You hated it? I'm gonna go back to play Mega Man X3 at some point and then play 4, 5, 6. I only have the physical disc for 6. I don't have 4 and 5, so I need to go be a yar har har with a bottle of rum and get those games. How Brian is doing it. Yeah, X6 is PS1. Crazy, right?
必ずや見つけ出してまいります。
僕にとってはどうでもいいことだ。お前の好きにするがいい。
X6 is
僕にはゼロの本体
a goddamn masterpiece. So good.
とにかく例の実験と X の監視だけはしっかり頼むぞ。
This is somewhere I hear the background noise is like a sound that I hear in hypnosis videos. Don't ask how I know. It's cool, we got the first boss. I guess we go for this one now? Oh yeah, they would say red signal is like weird stuff going on. Do we go here immediately? No, we do Inami Temple. Do we do Inami Temple? What if I just like be stupid and play here? No, I don't wanna. Recycle land? I mean, there's a furry. We have furry 1, scaly 1, scaly 2, furry 2. Do this one. More games needed to take advantage of how advanced the tech was and do 2D still, right? Like it's so advanced, it's crazy. This shit looks phenomenal compared to the awkward early 3D stuff. Yes, yes. I was talking about the animations and everything. It looks smooth as hell. Fuck, it's so good. This game is actually a masterpiece, I'm telling you. A rainy, scaly turtleoid. We got a tweetle.
Ready?
Ooh. Oh yeah, the music. You're in Inami Temple. It's an important cultural asset, but it has been devastated by the collision of the colony. Don't think about that now, just concentrate on the nightmares. Right, we must eliminate the nightmares. Nightmare. Oh, I can hit them. Ow. What? It's raining, but it's not just normal rain, it's acid rain. It is cloudy in that area, but I can't detect any rain there. It has to be the walk of a nightmare. What's the condition? A bit damaged, but still functional. However, it's strange that I've been recovering while I'm on this machine. Fun fact, I've been told the hardware is specifically designed for 3D graphics. I'm not surprised, but between the PS1 and A64, apparently flat images are rendered basically as flat 3D objects. It's the same stuff as other games, just missing an axis. Oh. It's better to use them if they are helpful. But I'm worried about the rain. Is there any way to stop the nightmare rain? Yes, there is. This weather analyzer seems to be out of control. What's worse is that the 4 cores have been creating the barrier. I have to destroy those scattered cores. Watch out for the damage caused by the nightmare rain, be careful. However, the Sega Saturn was built specifically for 2D games and doesn't have to have this weird workaround. Oh, I remember I was in school and told Kosi to be wary of acid rain. It's because of this. Acid rain. Acid rain. Cool. I can tell you, as a 30-year-old, I've never had to worry about acid rain my entire life so far. Like, I know it's real, sure. I'm not denying its existence. I actually didn't even know anything about acid rain. It's real? I just figured it'll be about as common as quicksand. Oh, is quicksand common? Which, funny enough, is something else I've never had to worry about. Oh. Yeah, stop raining, but you still have to... Yeah, I still have to cope with more nightmare rain later. Oh no, that means other Repoids are in danger. I'm coming to the scene area. Oh. In Kobo, you smash bros. I only play a little bit of Ultimate. Just a little bit. I don't smash as hard as I do. I don't smash as hard as I smash in Tekken. Got him. Ow. I thought you were going to say you don't smash as hard as you smash dragons. That too, yeah, I'm pretty sure. It's a must do. In MegamanX games, you're gonna do this. Oh. Oh. Oh, there's so many things happening. Oh, this one is difficult. Okay, never mind. I'm the best. I'm the best, holy shit. The Tekken comparison was obvious. How do you save that? I'm saving it. How do you save that death? I wanna get smashed by dragons though. Oh yeah, speaking of, I'm because Ixon has something to do today, so we're postponing the Phasmophobia game with Ixon to tomorrow instead of today. That works. Oh my god, no heal? Okay, we have heals. Oh! A low passage. It's too narrow to walk into, but maybe there's another way? Of course there is. Oh my god, that hurt. Oh yeah, I never mentioned this, but did you notice the different animation depending on how much damage X has taken? That shit is so fucking cool. Attention to detail, I'm telling you. So if X takes a lot of damage, like if I get bombed here, notice the animation. It's like a back turn. Tiny damage, no back turn, right? And then if it takes like even tinier damage, X will be like, I believe it's a hand blocking motion. Hi Sancho, X6 is like absolute banger. Whoa. I'm just trying to heal, man. Oh, this one breaks. Oh shit. One more. Booming. Oh. I don't think I'm missing anything. I tried the first Mega Man and couldn't get past the first level. It's so hard to learn. Yeah, Mega Man is really hard. I get that. Also, hi Sonic. But once you get the movement and everything down, Mega Man is so fun. The investigator sent to this area is Rainy Turtloid. There are many dangers already present here, so stay alert. Okay. What does this boss do again? There's like a gem that I need to destroy, I think. It's the Twiddle! Rainy Turtloid, you must be one of the investigators of the nightmares. I've heard a lot about you. You have my respect. Huh? Respect? Then will you stop the nightmare phenomena for me? Nightmare. It is the only thing that can save the future of the Reploids. What are you talking about? They have heard us all. It is my duty to believe my master. My master was punished because of me. And yet, he let me live. That is why I'll do what I have to do, even if it means my life. Turtloid, I know you can understand. You know what you should do right now. What should you do, huh? X, I understand what you mean, but it's my duty. It's also my duty to eliminate anything that disturbs my master. X, my life is yours. No, I know to fight you. God damn, alright. So, charge shots? Oh boy, the bug. Okay. Aha! Did you know I remember this? And I'm gonna get it, I'm stupid. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the coolest. Ooh, there we go. That's one. That's two. This is too spicy though. Oh my god, that's so much better. Yay. Where's my dash jump? Yeah, that feels like a little damage, I don't know. Oh, I dashed too much. Oh my god, it's so difficult. Hello. But Saber is the way to go, no? I have a fast forward button. Yeah, I do. Why is it fast forward when it's louder? We're gonna save some time here, right? You know? Hey, this is fine. Oh, this is not fine anymore. Oh, I wanted to save for next time. Oh, what is that? Oh, what is this? What is this? What are you doing? What I do? Alright, I'll put it for the next one. So based on what they say, move accordingly, but I don't know how to dodge the water one. Alright, this should kill. Nice, easy. We love dash cancel Z saber spam, it's so good. Dash cancel Z saber spam, hell yeah. Oh my god, they gave me a memory. If at some point we unlock 0, right? At some point we unlock 0, and then 0 has like a fucking busted boss fight strat. I'll show it when I can. Meteor rain. It fires the meteor rain upwards. Okay. Let's see. Like they gave nothing. Oh my god. Rainy turtloid. an ex-investigator of the Water Purity Improvement Team. He had Torch's shell shield to counter the strong acid rain. Thanks to him, we can explore areas that have a pollution level A. But his high defensibility was regarded as too dangerous. Requests to weaken Turtloid ran high. Gate opposed this and was punished. Turtloid was so loyal to Gate. In the end, he died to save Gate. Oh man. God damn. It's just a little turtle. What do you mean the turtle shell is too strong and then requested to become weaker? There's no sign of Turtloid doing something bad, no? Oh, it's red now here. Alright, we do this one. We go Falcon? X? We go X, why not? Holy fucking shit. Like, I'm shaking of how good this game is. This game is such a big fucking masterpiece, I'm telling you. Like, oh fuck, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I love this game so much. I used to... Honestly, I used to hate this game because of how hard it was, but now that I'm playing it, fuck, is it fun. You're in the Laser Institute. It's one of the most mysterious places in the world. Since this institute does not officially exist, we don't have much data on it. But it is obvious that this facility is infected by the nightmares, so I'll check it out. Yeah, sure, Walk back, nothing. Oh no, I remember. I remember! Oh, these stupid bugs, they just follow me around. It's always so anxiety-inducing when Spike just one-shots me. Huh? They are levitating. But why? I've never encountered this kind of situation, but maybe you can use your weapons. On what? Or what? Oh, fuck! Yeah, I didn't know. GG. Can I charge this? No charging? Okay. Hate that thing's hitbox. We lost one savable robots. Replites? Are they replites? Sorry, replites? These are laser units and the light reflectors. The reflector seems to be inflecting the laser. I've witnessed an experiment of the device that inflect the laser before. In that experiment, you could turn the devices. I'm not sure if those devices are the same ones though, because they are not visible from here. But one thing I'm sure is that they are nightmare phenomena. I'll try to utilize the laser and see what happens. I believe the laser aim at where I am. Let me try. I'm jumping. Yeah, they are. I'm here. No, I'm here, stupid. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Turning the light reflectors to make the laser change directions. It's like a puzzle game. It is. What a painstaking nightmare phenomenon? Yeah, I hate puzzles. I get that. Oh my god, the books. Ow. We can also go down, right? Do I want to go... Yeah, let's go down. Oh fuck, what am I looking at? Okay. Okay. Like this. And then... Oh my god. There we go. Then it shoots somewhere. I'm dying. I'm dying from the laser. I feel a little wind coming from somewhere near. Wind? Oh, wait. This game has invisible wall shenanigans. I remember now. You have to test it by doing that. Notice the difference? Because if it shoots at the wall, it's supposed to do that, but there's no wall. That's how I knew the first time. I was like, I was such a big brain when I was a kid. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's a secret. Okay. Okay. But then here, I think I just dash jump. Oh my god. Okay, everything's fine anyway. X, now I'll give you data for an armor program. Obtain all 4 programs so that the armor will be complete. The one I give you now is the body program for the blade armor. With this program, you will take less damage, and the damage you receive will be converted to the energy to perform the Giga attack. Please save the world from our nightmares. Okay. Hell yeah. I think it was like a 1 dash jump, 1.5 dash jump. No, half dash jump distance? Middle? Oh. Okay. I do it. Oh my god. How do you get them? Like that, I guess. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna ask what monster did you become in Monster Mystery and what monster is your partner? I was actually Mizu, and I think my partner was also Lagi. I could check my VOD. I could check my VOD actually. You know what? Yeah, I'm checking it. YouTube. I need to go to my playlist. Oh gosh, I have so much playlist. Oh yeah, here it is. Oh yeah, I'm Mizu and my partner is Lucky. Holy shit. I named it Lucky Dirk because why not? I hate this jump so hard. so much. Going to somewhere weird now. Ready? What is this place? What am I supposed to do next? I don't know, X. Walk to the right. You could get up there. Might need some armor to go up there. Hi, Brecky. Ow. Ow. Holy, that hurt. Oh my god, thanks for the 235 streams rate. That's a lot. Thank you, Becky. What monsters were they? I was Misu and my partner was Lucky. Nice. I think I have to be fast here because yeah, I'm dying. I'm dying just to save that one person. Worth actually. Ah yeah, the stupid bug. I'm gonna speedrun this if I can. I don't know how. Yay. Nice. Oh, I didn't know you cannot do saber one yet. Fuck. What? Oh no, I'm gonna die here. I'm gonna blame my controller now. The dead zone is killing me. Okay, just go. Oh, boss fight? I don't think we're fighting the normal boss here since we're on an alternate round. Right? Oh! Zeno! I found you at last. Let's fight together to retire the Mavericks, just like we used to. Fine. The first subject to be retired is you! Hey yo, damn. So you've become a Maverick. I was worried that you might. I'll retire you personally. Damn. What? Ooh. Oh, you don't like the saber? Holy damage! How? Oh! Ooh. Okay, the blast doesn't hurt as much. I'm dead. Oh, I cancel it badly. Okay, Zero is afraid of Z Saber. This one causes stagger. How about this? If I can do the first frame hit, it's gonna be huge. It'll be a lot easier for me to loop the damage, I feel like. Can I loop the damage? Because once I get a hit, it'll just go like ooh, and then teleports away. I'm gonna try jumping hits. Oh, jumping hit doesn't make you go away? Holy hurt. Oh, what is that? 2 hits. They're almost dead. Oh, I can loop damage. Wait, I'm so winning this. I'm fast forwarding. God damn! Everything hurts. Don't do that. I dodged it easy. Oh my god, I'm doing crazy damage, so is him. I'm gonna change some settings real quick. Okay, there we go. So when I fast forward, it should not be playing louder now. There we go. I'm gonna fast forward to save some time, okay? Oh my god. You did! Let's go! Easy, bitch! Get out of here! I'm the best. I'm the absolute bestest of the best. Nice! So do you unlock 0? I think this unlocks 0. Yes! Okay.
ちょっといない間に俺も落ちたもんだ。こんなおもちゃと一緒にされると。
Stupid toy.
ゼロ生きていたんだね。
Heck yeah, X is so cute sometimes.
X だって生きてるじゃないか。
X だって生きるじゃないか。God damn it, Zero is so cool.
だいたいシグマごときにやられてたまるか。そうだろ。
探したんだ。データ反応もパーツも何も見つからなかったから。だから
心配かけたようだな。ダメージが完全に回復するまで身を隠していたんだ。その間にこのおもちゃが世間を騒がせてしまったようだがな。さあ、感動の再会はここまでだ。ナイトメアを何とかしないと本当に取り返しのつかないことになるぞ。
Yes, this one unlocks 0. Okay.
今レプリドイドが全滅すれば復興作業ができなくなる。そうなれば人類、いや地球そのものが危うくなる。
行くぜ X、ナイトメアをぶっ潰してやろう。
Let's go. Zero.
今はみんなが
Oh my
力を合わせない
god.
といけない時なのに俺は絶対に許さない。行こうゼロ。
Zero is back. Oh my god. We can cheese the game now, kind of. kind of. Kazoo. Dai. Kint. Tech. Weapon plus D barrier. Oh, D barrier. Wait, D barrier is so good. I know that you have only just returned, but I need to ask you something. Will you help X and carry out the missions? It is my job. I am a Maverick hunter. I have been away for a while, but I am ready to fight for peace. So we do this fight again, I guess? But this time we don't go to the secret area, we just go straight, no? Yeah. Let's do 0. Can I speed up loading time? I sure can. Oh my god, Zero is so cool. Oh yeah, right, yeah. Your normal Zero's normal hit, it's not Buster. It's not like Pew Pew, it's Saber. And then yeah. Oh, Zero has the Zero has the gusty spin to win. What else do you have? Yeah, this is the one, spin fast and attack enemies. So I know this so hard because this move killed me so many times. So you do down triangle, right? You do N sweep down, right? You do this move. You do once, your barrier will be gone, right? So usually you would try to use your iframe to deal as much damage as possible. If you use this move, your iframe is gone completely. Which means if you are in like some enemy's body and they keep doing this, right, you're dead. Notice that it's gone already? It's so fucked up. It took me so long to realize. And Zero can double jump, but cannot do dash jump. Dash jump is still 1, but you can double jump, which is huge. Oh yeah, also I was thinking about this, like, so to cheese, you have 3 hits, right? And then you just need to cancel 2 hits of dash. Right? So the first 2 hits will not cause enemy to have iframe, especially on bosses. So if you keep doing that, 2 hits over and over again, the boss will get shredded. Which is kind of funny. You just do this. Whoa. Yeah, we go straight this time. The investigator sent to this area is Shield Sheldon. Make sure to get your work. Shield Sheldon? Isn't he? He's now an investigator. So be it. Oh, do they know each other? I don't know the lore. I never played X456. I never played Mega Man X1, 2, 4, 5. I only played 3 and 6. I kinda want to order some drinks today, chat. I think I like that. Shield Sheldon. Too bad about your previous life. Huh? Don't be. I was new as a bodyguard. That's all. Maverick hunters are supposed to be able to tell a Maverick from a Reploid. Our officers are not good enough. They could cost us everything. Reploids all over the world have been needing you. I was useless as a bodyguard. And was useless to everyone else. When I accepted that fact, I accepted my fate. However, there turned out to be someone who needs me. He has given me one more chance. And therefore, I am going to fulfill my mission as a bodyguard now. I'll protect him, even if it means that I have to sacrifice my life. Come on, Zero. Okay. Oh, watch this. Oh, you. That thing hurt. Does that thing hurt or is Zero just soft? Watch the health. Oh no! How do you deal with that? Maybe I can do up triangle for the Yamma option. As fast as possible. Okay, there we go. That's the cheese. If I don't have that cheese, I lost the game. I don't know how to fight this boss properly. Hell yeah. Post on them. Let them know. Minutes, that was pretty fast. Guard shell. It shields enemy shot for a counter-attack. It shields Sheldon, ex-security police. He guarded Dr. Jim, who was an important person in the laboratory. Suddenly, Dr. Jim became a Maverick. However, he was able to control himself. The Maverick hunters identified Sheldon as a Maverick just because he was created by Gate. Sheldon could not deal with being labeled, so he ended it all. Huh? Well, holy fucking shit. Sheldon just ended it all? God damn. That was crazy, I didn't expect that. Oh my god. Oh, Chip! Oh my god, hi Chip. Hi Chip. No, Chip is doing good. Oh my god. And the spin? Hi Zeus. It's fine, I can spin. I wanna order Food Panda. I wanna order some drinks today. What if I can just shop 10? We order Tea Life? Tea Life sounds good. I'm doing fine. How the Sweet Kobo is too? I'm doing pretty eepy, but I'm doing pretty fine. Yeah. Order 20 beers? I don't drink beer. Oh, it's red? Ah, I don't want to do red. We do this one then? I woke up early today to join a VR chat group hangout. Let's go 0. Maybe getting thigh will wake you up. Yeah. Alright. I don't know what music this is, but let's order some drinks. Blaze Heat next. Look at that talent though. Oh my god, that's so cool. Let me order some drinks. I'm looking at my phone. Oh, hi Dragon Colony. Hello. Welcome. My pets? I can give something. How big is 16 OZ? Oh no, large is 22. I remember. Okay, no, that's small. Fruit tea? Passion fruit lemon? Lemon ice shaken tea sounds good. I like lemon. Lurch. Non-sugar jom kosong? Wow! Hi Jake. Oh my god, Jake. I'm being squeezed. Oh my god. Konjac? Hope Jake is doing good. I'm also gonna do that by after ordering drinks real quick. Jasmine Mose? Bang bang. This one is just... There's no large on these? Oh god damn it, really? Why no large coffee? This place is a pussy, god damn it. I can't... Only coffee has no large? What do you mean? I want my drinks big. Fine. Let me leave the topic, so it's fine. And also maybe... I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Let's have this one. Boom. It's a really intense food ordering, perfect structure for the occasion. I know, right? Because I'm thinking so hard. My brain is working overtime for what drinks to get. But I'm almost done. Just gonna pay this one real quick. And boom! I even got a 10 ringgit discount! Fuck! So good! Okay, let's get that file.
Okay.
I forgot what the stage is. Okay, I got that time. Oh, okay. So 10 to 20 minutes. I mean, I can pause whenever. It's fine. All right, let's play. This is the magma area. What? The music will end at some point? Holy shit! I didn't even know. A dangerous area to investigate is the hot spot that spews magmas. It's dangerous wherever I go. Although I can't confirm it's due to the tearing, it must be the nightmare. I don't care, I just move forward. Hey, I like you, Zero. Good. I found a giant mechaniloid. Mechaniloid? There's no data signal. Must be the nightmare. The nightmare. I'll crush it. Its weak point is obvious. Are you sure? Okay. Oh, it is very obvious. Okay. Whoa. Yeah, the right kind of do that. Whoa. How do... There's no way to dodge that. What? How do you deal with this thing? There's no way to dodge that. Excuse me, what? Am I not supposed to be here? Wait, don't shoot.
What you're doing right now, Kobo, but you're going to be in the next 2 minutes.
I die halfway, you don't shoot! Ya bitch! Oh, that's a lot of noise going on. That's a nice skin. Look at Bree with all the redeems. No pain, no gains. I need to get that time. I can get that die again. I don't think I can hear the barcode music as much. Let's get that done. Hi, Green. Oh. You guys are gonna get stared now. Haha. Oh no. A Kobo, I have been hired to stare at you all. Oh, not anymore. Oh, I'm back again. Never mind. I got that time. Maybe I do this move. No. I don't get it.
Sometimes they shoot, sometimes they don't. Now they shoot immediately. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Can I win against this thing? Oh, my food is on the way. That was fast. That's two. Oh my god, I didn't do duck there. I know, look stick. Food sounds nice right about now. Yeah. It says 5 to 15 minutes. I don't think it's gonna take that long. Right, it's already heading to my way. Holy fuck, it hurts. So my jumping attack does less damage. fucking instant though. Aduh, na. Maybe I should skip this one first. Maybe I need some other weapons to deal with this. Having only down triangle must be really hard. That one really hurt though. I got sniped. Oh my god, wait, it's almost here. Holy shit, that was so sudden. Oh my god. There was no 5 to 15 minutes. Sure. Ooh. I'm okay, I'm okay. Hi, EP. Oh god. Double break? Nice. I need to... I was running. Oh my god. Okay. I love how this move is so good and useless at the same time. Like gosh diggity dang. I'll do a few more tries of this. Oh my god, I was mid there. I think okay, the plan is hit the one up first. Hit the one above first. Getting shot is fine. Don't get physical hit by this thing. I couldn't cancel all of that. I wonder if... No, it doesn't have that. So down square has this weird hitbox, but it's very specific or non-existent. Well, it exists, but it has this weird like 10,000 hitbox. Towards the end, it's like what? It happens sometimes, but not against this thing, I think. I'm gonna die here. Oh my god. I don't believe it. So airborne down triangle is also nice. If I can somehow, yeah, do it like multiple times at once, I could do it. I'm dying. Only that one I cannot do down triangle. Unless I have like really close range, perfect range for that. Oh, my nose itch. Alright, this one doesn't count. I got this though. Oh my god, I don't even have a chance. Alright, we tried the other stages for now. Thanks for 75 stream streak. Oh my god. Oh, why are you red again? What if I do this one? Okay, we're gonna skip. I don't want to do red for now. Thank you, Evie. I'm bringing up my coffee. That's a bad way to open up a thing. Oops. Ready? I got the thing. Wait, T-Life is back with using plastic straws? I guess plastic straw is fine. Paper straw is a little bit weird, but I'm okay with that. I'm okay with both. Give me a second. I'm gonna do this one real quick. This thing. Okay. Needed that coffee. You are in the Central Museum. Or should I say in the building that used to be Central Museum. The place has completely changed its appearances. This place is deserted. That is good because now I can concentrate on my mission. Okay, let's go. Why is there a totem pole here? I don't pick up any life signs. I can't detect any sign of a totem pole. It must be the work of the nightmare. Be careful. What location? Area? Can you read my location? Area? The transmission is jammed again? What do you mean again? I got here first. Like, this is my first time being here. You fuck! Okay, there we go. That was nice. Watch this. In case you guys don't know, so Zero's Buster has like 10,000 hitbox in 1 second. For whatever reason, on close range, it just shreds the enemy. What happened? Alia, can you read me? The transmission is jammed. What's going on? Is this supposed to be the first map? Oh my god, I saved that. How do you do that with X then? If it's X, then it's just accept my fate situation. Nice. Oh, not again. Give me a break. What a waste of time. No, it's not Zero. I'm having a good time here. Well, kind of a good time. As good as it gets. Nice, free. Nice, nice, not bad, not bad. Oh no. Another virtual area. What do the nightmares want? The music resets. Anything down here? No, okay. Nice, nice. Right, how do I deal with this? Oh no! Please don't tell me I have to do the totem part again. I might have to. Yeah, god damn it. Alright, here we go. This wasn't here before. Alright, I didn't take much damage there, so this one should be fine. Yeah, I'm gonna cheese that one. What? Nice, okay. It's been a long mission. You must be tired. The investigators sent to this area is Ground Scaravich. Stay alert. Right, let me drink some coffee. Oh, I remember you. I remember that sound. Ground Scaravich. Why do you need to steal from another ruin? You seem to be very close to the nightmares. I'm cursed. I know it. You're Zero. I heard you were dead. I really wanted to obtain your DNA data, but I no longer need it. What do you mean? You can fight me to find out. Oh my god. Any bigger? Holy shit. Oh, what a damage. I'm sorry. Oh my god, that caught me off guard so hard. I never seen a rock that big in this fight. Holy fuck. Okay, don't destroy your rock, I get it. Oh, you still change rock. Oh my god. Oh, there you go. Oh. Whoa. I mean, that was like the biggest rock I've seen, right? But then my previous fight, I destroyed so many of his rocks. He's just like, yeah, fuck you. I'm bringing my biggest rock that's indestructible. It was funny as hell. Fuck, it's so big. Ground dash and crush certain types of rocks with this. Huh. Setsui-zan. Press attack plus down button in the air. Oh. Uda. Life out speedster? Ooh. Ground Scaravage, an ex-treasure hunter. He was devoted to the research on an ancient site. He also had lots of research data on ancient robots. Gate took care of Scaravage in exchange for the ancient data. Gate improved his knowledge from him. Oh. Then Gate had him go to a forbidden area. Oh no, betrayal. Gate is an asshole. What do you mean? It was a place that you were both discovered. Nah. I saw Scaravage enter the place. I felt bad, but I disposed him. Gate didn't seem to care. I didn't want to remember this. Oh, is that like a previous Mega Man X memory? You know, if I play Mega Man X 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I would know more about the game, the lore and everything, right? But no, I only have 6. I don't even know what I'm doing. I just enjoy the game a lot though. Okay, now we do this, right? It's not red anymore. Go 0! Ooh, look at that furry. A furry spotted? Oh my god. Furry in my Mega Man X6 game lock-in chat? Oh, this one has the best music, holy shit. This is the North Pole area. Do you feel cold? Are you alright? I'm alright, thanks for asking. A high jump part may be of help. I can manage on my own. Now let's go. Okay. Down tech. It's up attack. I've been lied to. It's not down attack. I've been pressing down plus attack. Game literally says down attack. Check the bot. I've been lied to. I can't believe it. It's up attack. It's hard due to the slippery surfaces. Utilize the evacuation spot wisely as you go through the area. Whoa! I'm a cheater. The land is corrupted and there are many holes everywhere. If you are about to slip and fall, jump directly above. If you try to turn back, you will slip. You had better stop by jumping. Oh, I guess I've been subconsciously doing that, right? Oh, that's... yeah, that's really bad. So if I just jump up, I can stop. Yeah, that's really good. Wow, the game teaches you that? Holy shit. Whoa! Oh no, I got greedy. Oh my god. The rocks are so fast. Okay, there we go. What is this? Oh. Oh, one's dead. Maybe not. Yes, I screen cheesed it. Let's go. Oh, what is that? Okay, I didn't mean to get in actually. Oops. Was that thrown off course? Idiot. The communication's out. Oh. Oh my god, it's all leap of faith. What? Okay. I mean, there's no more Zero to fight, right? Oh, I forgot about you. This spoon. You offend me, so I'll delete you. 02, the sequel? Oh my god. You are the offensive one. Annoying. I shall delete you, and I'll say it again. I'll delete you. I'm the coolest, I'm the best, I'm Shell the Hedgehog. Wait, wrong. Can I? Oh my god, you're faster. Oh, this is really bad. I cannot walk there. I think that's why I duck. Yeah. Can I do damage? No. I cannot walk clean. This small. Any? Not this one? Appetite. Oh my god, that was really fast. There has to be something that deals damage to you. Maybe this one? Shinomu. How do I enable that again? What? Dismal. Oh! Oh, it's just down. Okay. I don't know why I never tried that. Oh, you're gonna get fucked. This is literally the worst arena though. Someone's about to getting fucked. About getting fucked. I don't know. It's okay. We won. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, like one hit stuns him. Dismal. Mudada. Dismal. Dismal. Mudada. Dismal. I skipped the Mudada. Oh, what are you doing? Dismal? Dismal? Oh my god, so many Dismal? What the hell? That hurt! What was that? Wow, that fight took 10 years. Oh my god, that was instant. I just feel like there could have been a better arena to fight this thing. Ow. You hate cold robot buildings? It's not about me hating cold robot buildings, it's more like I cannot... There's no wall cling, there's slippery floor, it's kinda hard to dodge this bullshit. Oh, the bird just hit my window. Dismal. Did it win? No, my window won. Oh my god. Okay, wait, this is really bad. So, remember what I said about this move? So when I use this move, my iframe is gone entirely. I cannot just spam that. And now they're spamming attacks. Oh no. Oh no, this fight sucks. His normal hits is like 1/5 of HP. Yeah, I don't get it. Am I too soft or some shit? Yeah, I almost got it. That was like 1/3. Yeah, it hurts. It hurts like it's not tomorrow. No healing items here. Yeah, you should just do more of these. Save some time, brother. Oh, this one is also good. Do more this move, the Mudada. Not this one though. Yeah, I hate the slippery floor, man. Oh. Middle? When can I hit? There was not 1/3. There was half of my health. There was half my health. What the fuck? Shinamon. Oh my god, it's a Shinamon again. Very engaging boss fight. Fuck. Cannot do this move. Cannot do this move as well. This one takes so long as well. Yeah, I love this one. Oh no, that was terrible. Ooh, Connor. Mudada. About time for the this move. Yeah. Yo, get fucked, stupid ass bitch. I counted it. Every interval I've been counting, and I swear to God. Let's go. What do we get? We get a cutscene. Let's go. Oh, someone lost it. Naniga okashi? I'm on normal. Oh shit, he lost it.
あの X でさえ歯が立たなかったハイマックスを倒してしまうとはな。
There's an easy, yeah.
でも食ったか。お前の仲間がやられたんだぞ。
Yeah, just what I said, Zero. Tell them.
何がそんなにおかしい。まあいい。残るはお前だけだ。今すぐ倒してやる。
何か言ったか、小僧。
Damn.
なんだ。体が動かん。
ゼロ。貴様のことはこのわしが一番。
Yo, don't say that. That's scary as hell. I know you inside out. You know what my organs? Holy shit.
生きていることさえ分かれば貴様などいつでも捉えることができる。
So Wiki shows that his normal laser attack does 6. His T-pose at you is 8. T-pose at you. Every other move is 12. So the last one is more?
今はハイマックスを連れて帰るのが先じゃ。
Like the last one when Hymax just spams the dash move, dash move, dash move, dash move until big orbs and last move are 12 damage each. So 12 is like half my health. I'm only at 24?
待て。逃げるのか。体が。
Yeah, I also don't know how much my HP is.
逃げはせん。また会おう。
Ikemasen, mata ao.
約束する。
Damn, that's
大丈夫だ。
that's stalker behavior, man.
すぐレスキューチームをそちらに送る。あの状態ではハイマックスもしばらく何もできないだろう。
Oh,
だからお前もおとなしくハンターベースに戻るんだ。
それはとても強力なプロテクトのようなものね。
protector.
外すには時間がかかりそうね。さすがのあなたでもそれが外れなければ動けないでしょ。
ああ。情けないこと。何もできそうにない。
あら、そのプロテクトどうやら次元式になっているわ。放っておいても外れるかも。
But why?
おかしいわね。動きを封じる他に強力なバリア機能まで。
You're missing the point. Is he trying hard at all to trap Zero? Which was literally laughing his ass off while capturing Zero, ignoring him. What the? Adia, were you there? Come on, get with the times. What are you doing? Like, watch the cutscene. Come on.
一体何のために？
Trying hard to capture Zero. Oh my god. Energy up. That's not bad. Can I get boobs? My fingies are small, but I can give boobs. The former shows you start at 32 HP on each character. Oh, 32 is a lot actually. If they do 12, why does it feel like it's half my health? Oh. Yeah, 12 is a quarter.
まだ昔のことを恨んでいるの？今がどんな状況なのか分かっているの？下手をしたらあなたも自滅しかねないのよ。
分かったぞ。またとないチャンスだと思ってる。スペースコロニーの事故のおかげで地上から過当なレプリロイドがたくさん消えた。今なら残ったレプリロイドたちを支配するのはたやすい。
Damn.
僕の理想の世界を作る絶好のチャンスだ。
理想の世界. It's always the classic.
何も言わせない。やっと夢を実現できるんだ。誰にも負けない最強のものをね。貴様の狂った妄想に付き合っている時間はない。
Yeah, that's right. Show them your fist, Zero. Show them. Let them know.
そんなウイルスで作った理想の世界なんて幻だ。すぐに消えてなくなるぞ。今までイレギュラーハンターやレプリフォースがあり平和な時がひとときでもあったのか。戦うことで全てを片付けてきた君にそんなことを言われたくないね。
We've been using force all the time, no?
地球の存亡がかかった大事な時なの。妄想はやめて。あなたはそんなに愚かな人じゃないはずよ。
忘れられない。僕の研究が理解されるどころか処分されたことがね。優れていたのになぜ。そこにいるイレギュラーハンターが未だに謎に包まれていて危険な部分がたくさんあるかもしれないのにどうして処分されない。待ってるよエイリアン。謎に包まれたヒーロー僕の研究所に来てくれる。
What? 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 Gabe is behind everything. Stop is evil. We've located his secret laboratory. Let's stop the nightmares now. What? What? I already unlocked the last stage? What? Is this the last stage? No way, it's so early on still. Nah, I'm gonna go through all these first. Each HP upgrade is 2, but I don't know how they work. Oh yeah, you reminded me. Equip parts. This one is great. I believe deep area is like the best one. It might be where it gets easier as you clear areas. Possibly? I have no idea to be honest, but we'll see. I'm gonna go through all the stages anyway, so yeah. Let's do this one again with Diddle. Oh my god, it's a furry again! Holy shit! Can I do like... Oh my god, I'm gaming. I'm not gaming anymore. Whoa! Okay, yeah, no. that idle animation is so cool. Fuck, I'm still gushing about this game. Look at it! When you're almost dead, it does this. Look at the attention, the detail though. Oh my goodness. Fuck, I'm so impressed. Yeah. Oh, welcome back, Mead. Took a bit longer than expected. Gardening be like that. Yeah, gardening does take time, and sometimes you don't realize where time is gone. It's very understandable, honestly. Wow. Oh, maybe I can jump up there. Yeah, I went there. Oh my god, I'm a Corbigan. What? Get sniffed on. Yeah, I went there. What? Oh, come on. I need breakfast and coffee, brag back. Take your time, me. I have to dash at the right time. Oh my god. Okay, that's not good for the heart. Oh my god. And to clean, I put the strawberries I picked in the fridge. Ooh, fresh. Thank you, me. Oh. Whoa. Thank you, Barry. Whoa. I'm just gonna... Whoa. Although we can't see the nightmare of ice from the hunter base, I wonder if there is a way I can take advantage of the situation? Of what situation do you want? Oh, it's this section. Oh my god, this section gives me so much scare.
I don't know what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better be home for the next 2 minutes.
Oh, unlucky. Is it gonna be constant? Okay, there we go. In the car again. Wing. Alright, what is this? Oh no. Oh no! Take that. It's fine. It's so tough. It's so hard. I cannot dash because if I dash jump, I cannot double jump. I have to cancel dash and jump. Found your favorite combo? The Corb and someone turned Kobo's head into a helium balloon. I'm a balloon, oh my goodness. I need to lock in. Okay, easy. Chicken nugget? A chicken nugget. Oh. I feel this must be an investigator. The investigator in this area is Blizzard Wolffang. Set up your weapons in case you fight. Zero, actually, I forget about the past. Zero, do you know Wolffang was... Now he's the nightmare investigator. We have to fight him. Yeah, right. Good luck, Zero. 2K. I thought you're the cute one. I'll grab both. Alright, let's fight the furry. I'm a manly man from Manistan.
What's Manistan? Blizzard Wolffang, nice to see you. Zero, I heard that you returned. I won't die so easily. Don't think badly of me, Zero. I won't disobey again. I must pay for my past sins. Besides, I have a new mission. You know what I meant. You know what I mean. Let's fight. It's a fake place I just made up. Oh. Oh, Manistan. Good luck preparing breakfast. I have no choice. You will lose. Can I cheese this one? I'm gonna cheese it. Fuck it. It actually looks really fucking cool. I forgot how cool you look. Watch this. Watch this. My hand hurts, but it's worth it in the end. I'm gonna win. Hell yeah, cheese. And Kobo is the best, easiest fight ever. Ice burst. Fire's ice blocks you can step on. Oh. Hyoroga. Press jump on while holding up. Oh, is it like a high jump? Weapon drive. Blizzard Wolffang, an ex-leader investigator of the North Pole area. One day his team members were attacked by Mavericks. Although Wolffang was able to defeat the Mavericks, his team members were annihilated. Researchers who opposed Gates schemed to dispose of Wolffang and took advantage of the incident. They made it look like an accident. Wolffang was thrown into the cold sea. I did it, but I was deceived into doing it. Oh, Alia threw Wolffang into the sea? Damn, she cold. I guess we skip this one first. Yeah, we got this one. What even is that? Are they a squid? Fish a finch? Oh, welcome back, Bright Talk. Oh my god, best music, let's go! Holy shit, I forgot. Oh, goosebumps. It's so good when it's opening. That's Illumina. I thought the project to construct that huge Reploid was suspended. You're in the weapons center. They have been constructing powerful weapons without the appropriate approvals. As you notice, it's Illumina. Considering that I couldn't pick up any reading of its activation, must be a nightmare. There has to be a cable sending energy to Illumina. Find and destroy them, good luck. Okay. The sound here sounds a bit like the final countdown. A little bit. Maybe it's inspired. I'm so fast. Oh yeah, I have the speedster. Oh my god, I'm so fast. Smell you later. You're too slow. Just wanted to double check if there's anything. Whoa! My ears are bleeding. Stop that sound, brother. Got him. Oh. Yeah, let's go in. Unknown crystal. We have to get into the shiny. It's fine. Fuck. I sense something exists near here. Oh, chat, did you know where this is? I remember finding this armor part for so long. Walk left. I was like, I played this game for so long. It's like, what the fuck? I cannot find the armor parts. Like, huh? And then I went to Google and be like, oh fuck, okay. I have the most memory out of this one, like, holy shit. Zero. I'll give you data for an armor program. Obtain all 4 programs so that the armor will be complete. The one I give you now is the arm program for the blade armor. With your weapon charged fully, hold the up button and press the shot button. Then you can attack with the charged blade. You can do it, Zero. Wait, are you the one who saved X? Do you know who saved me? I'm sorry, I don't. Yours is a miraculous return. If you know anything about me... I'm sorry, Zero. I see. I'll give this program to X. Damn, poor Zero. It's Solar! Hi, Draken! Oh my god, Draken. The classic. Whoa! No! Okay! We saved all of them, let's go. It's so worth it. Alright, let's go. We go up now, I guess? Oh. Whoa! Ah, yeah, the up attack is dead. GG, can I disable that? Don't! Okay. I'm actually surprised they only happened to me once because this is up attack. Jump up attack, and it's like super easy to input, but I'm surprised that I didn't... Oh yeah, this is the high jump. Oh wait, so we defeated, well, we killed Shadow Zero, we killed High Max. Who else is there? I mean, for the non-boss boss, you know. Who are you? Dynamo? You are very impressive. Again. You know, it takes hours for me to come this far. I've been gathering nightmare souls at the risk of my life. I've been dying to become stronger. Do you want to challenge me? No. Oh, what is that? I can steal your shit? Mine now. GG. Okay. Oh my god. You got decimated. You just got folded. You got folded. Like there's no tomorrow. What the fuck? You're way too strong. Yeah, no shit. They dropped something though. Oh, am I stealing their nightmare soul? That has to be it, right? Souls obtained? Yeah, I'm already GA rank. That's I'm stealing the soul. I'm stealing the hunter soul actually, or the nightmare soul. Sucks to be you, I guess. Dynamo. He converted life up, master saber, and energy up. Arm parts B. So there's still one more part to complete. Blade, right? The blade armor. Oh my god, Kobo. Yeah, look at it. So, oh my god, then I literally just plus 1k soul, and then it's fucking Zero is already GA rank. What do you mean I cannot equip 0 parts? Huh? Oh, is that limited? Oh. What am I missing? The armor. I'm missing the head part. Where would the head part be? So one here, one here, one not here, here. I think. Was it here? No, one's here, here. Oh my god. Dragon pet. We got this one. There's like a place that I can jump up now, I'm pretty sure. More dragon pet. I guess I can go back to this place and try again. Possibly, maybe? I'm doing it. Get in there, Zero. Do your high jump thingy. Wait, wrong music. That was kind of spicy. So I think it's this place. Yeah, it's here. No, it's not high enough. Nice. No, don't kill. Okay. So a well-placed double jump can go up there. We found it. Wait, this is a boot part. Zero, give X this armor program. Collect 4 programs to complete the armor. Now I'll give X a foot program of shadow. Oh, it's different. This is shadow armor. Press the jump button while holding the up button to jump high and stick to the ceiling. After sticking, X can dash on the ceiling. This is tricky armor. Tell him to handle it well. Please help X. Okay. Cool. That's it, right? I don't think we go to the boss. How about we go to Dynamo again and steal Soul? But I'm already G rank. Can I go higher than G rank maybe? Let's try. Over there is like a bunch of Leap of Faith, but it's a short one. Did we fight the same guy again? I mean, if it is, it would be kind of funny, no? They did run away. Oh my god, it's you again. Have you solved the mystery of the nightmare? That's not your business. Leave. The nightmare's soul is nice DNA. I want that power. So, I would take the souls you collected. Okay. Are you sure though? Are you sure though? Are you sure though? I'm stealing your soul. You're too serious. Later, Zero. I have no thumb, but I'm doing a thumbs up. Actually, thumbs up. Thumbs up. Yeah, that's my thumbs up. Short eraser. Yeah, I just need this one left. We took this one. We took this one. We took this one just now. We took this one. These two stages I haven't played yet. I haven't taken this one. Isn't this on the totem? Is there like a different place where I can go? Maybe. I'll go begin and check. Ready? Okay, I shouldn't be doing that. That was stupid. Unless there's like a different place the totem can send me? Like if I do... No, it's the same. That's weird. I don't see any different place I can go. Hi Ash. Welcome, Kobo friend. Welcome. Maybe like that? Oh, that's a different place. What is this location anyway? Can you read my location? Area? Area. Jam transmission. Okay then. Yeah, hi. Kobo friend doing okay? I'm doing pretty okay, yeah. Oh. Oh, Ash is doing okay too. Oh, okay. New place, but no. got him. So maybe I have to like do that every time with the totem? Because doing that seems to bring me to a new place, question mark? Like do this and then dash? Yeah, I'm in a new place again. Now what? It's useless to try to think about it. Yeah, you're right, Zero, you're right. It's always nice to see another Kobo friend. I don't like the leap of faith. Oh. Oh. Nope. I don't think I need to go in that place again. Unless the hidden... Wait, unless that armor is in that crystal? I'm going in to check. We'll see. Have you been transferred again? Alia, what's going on? No Alia for you. Oh. Thank goodness I saw what's in the middle. You go. No, 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 no. Okay. Trying to get some more eeps now. Have fun, sweet Kobo. Has him ring? Heck yeah. I'm going to get so comfy within your wings. Well, not within, but inside in a way. have a good EP, Bretta. Why dinosaurs in X6? Not necessarily dinosaurs in X6, it's just a background, I think. Oh, are we gonna fight that Dynamo again? Yo, I'm here to... I'm actually a robber! Oh my god, it's him again! Dynamo, what are you doing here? I came here for the nightmares. I'm attuned to the fashions of the time, you know? The nightmares are too dangerous to play around with. That's why they are worth checking. The nightmare souls are mine. Okay, you do you, man. Say that to this. Unfortunate. Why are you even here? I'm not strong enough. Later. Imagine being Dynamo. Overdrive. Quick charge, energy up. I'm pretty sure it's not here because over here, this place only X can... Only X with blade armor, I think? It could be blade armor can get into the tight spaces. That's why I'm not going to this place. So it's either this or this? I haven't got one from here, so it has to be here still. I'm doing it again. It's just that when this time I'm not going to get into the shiny crystals anymore. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Ready? Okay, up jump, up jump. Can you not? I hope that works. No, yeah, we've been here. I think if I've been to a new place, I will have like new lines to say about it. Nice. I've been here. No new message. Unless there's like a place... I should be examining more thoroughly. Maybe there's like an invisible wall somewhere. Back with breakfast. Welcome back, me. Enjoy hecckin breakfast. Oh yeah, also... I know I mentioned this just now, but... I kinda need to know here is that... This is unrelated to the game in any way, but I kinda need to know if there are ads playing on my channel, right? So if at any point there are ads playing on my channel for you, right? I would like to know, right? Because I reached out to Twitch support, and Twitch support says that the ads are seasonal. There's so many reasons why there's no ad or something like that, and it's like Seribot says when there's ads, yeah. So if when Seribot says there's ads and then it plays for you at any point, then I would like to know, please and thank you, right? I want to inform Twitch about it. So thank you, thanks for helping, thanks for listening to me. You mean now? At any point, at any point. No? Yeah? Okay. I don't really get ads on Twitch, at least not on my phone. I will try to find there's any ads. Okay. But thanks for keeping an eye on it as well. Also, hi Metal. I got my niece into play Kobo Trash Code game. That game came out entirely and I haven't tried it out yet. I feel bad. There's so many games I have to play. I will not be ads. Honestly, if you have adblock, use them. I promote the use of adblock, right? But if at any point there are ads play, I would like to know, please and thank you. Right? Because I'm getting like 0 on ad revenue, so I want to like sort of see what's going on because Twitch don't even have any answers for me. So yeah, I'm sorry for like going into this one for a little bit, but yeah, it's weird. Weird? Yeah, it's very weird. Getting tired in the fishing games and dirt noises. It's okay, you will get something cool at some point. Ellie! Hi Ellie. Welcome. Kobo disappeared? No, Kobo is fine. I turn off ad blocks on Twitch to support peeps. That's amazing. I do that too. Because it helps when I lurk, it helps as well. So it's like, yeah, I lurk a lot. Mom Annie's doing good. Welcome. Alright, I'm gonna do the up jump again. Stick to the ceiling and then dash. Oh, there it is, there it is! Oh, Anarchy! Oh my god, hi Anarchy. Anarchy knows about my Kobo form, oh no. I reached an open space at last, but a bigger room can only mean a bigger challenge awaits. There's someone needs help there. I woke up 4 minutes ago, don't know how I'm in yet. That's fair. Hope we have a nice sleepy though. Oh. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, it's done. Annie's amazing. Local bakery, and I can pick up some strawberry rhubarb muffins because it made me have a taste for them again. Gonna have fun soon. 0. I'll give you data for an armor program. Obtain all 4 programs to complete the armor. The one I give you now is the head program for the blade armor. We did it! We got it all! Oh my god, I'm so lucky. Let's go. Consume less energy as he uses his special weapons. I'm praying for world peace and for your safety. Thank you. Thank you. Got him. Okay, we got blade armor now. We got all the respawning monsters as well. Got him. Oh, I couldn't. Yeah, that's our new place. But I don't think I need new places anymore. I already got the armor parts. Your screen's reflecting yourself? Well, Ash is pretty cute, yeah. I think kobolds are very cute. Oh, we just go. Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. I'm just here for the armor pots and off I go. Nice. Alright, we should be able to play X again. Let's go here. Such slender calling a big tough Kobo like me cute. You'll be taking this to Dragon Court. But I cannot help it, I just think all Kobos are really cute. Maybe not as much me though, but I always see Kobo and I get excited. Ah, yeah, you can hold this for a long time. You can dash upwards, you can dash downwards. What the fuck is this? Why? Oh no. I literally cannot see anything. There's a cute Can you dash inwards? I don't know how. To have introspection? I don't know what that is. You keep this, but you wanna go to Dirty Court? Let me help by picking you from the scruff of the neck and taking you there, all the way showing off the other room to everyone. I cannot see anything, but I remember this. Not, oh, there's a pretty tall, 5'7". Am I being shown off though? I can still carry Kiwis all day long. It's just superpower. I'm gonna dash through this. I'm dead by the water. It doesn't help that I cannot see shit, literally. What the fuck is this? I don't remember being in the dark. That is so shitty. I mean, if it's like dark a little bit, it's fine. The dark is moving and I literally cannot see anything. That's fucked up. Oh my god. I'm dead by the water. It's called a shower stinky. You get used to it. I take shower every day. That acid rain hurts. The lighting of this stage looks like a nightmare. Yeah, it fucking sucks. I don't remember doing this at all. Nah. If only I can see. Think of it as acid rain, but instead pointy dragon maul drew? Make things easier? True. Oh, okay. Oop, this video had left food out from dinner last night and needs throw away now. Oh no. I think this is a place that I need to like do the little dash thing. It's oh my god, I didn't need to fall down. Yeah, this is a place. I need to... Okay. First try, easy. I need to like touch the ground while doing the dash. It's so... the timing is extremely tight, I feel like. Okay. There we go, easy. I'll give you data for an armor program. Obtain all 4 program so that the armor will be complete. The one I give you now is the body program for the shadow armor. With this program, you will take less damage, and the damage you receive will be converted to the energy to perform the Giga attack. You are our only hope. Nice. Haven't looked at the Discord yet, and yesterday I was icky and not available. Aww. It's okay. If you don't feel like looking at Discord, it's totally fine. Personal well-being is way more important. It's too high up. I cannot see. Oh my god, I'm so pissed. There we go. This shit sucks, man. Okay. I get myself and try to find something to get for Founders Day. Decisions are hard. Yeah, decisions are hard. I get that. No. That might have been a yes, actually. Oh, that's a hard container. Okay. Oh, you pussy. There we go. Oh, this one's a one-time. Ah, I forgot. You know what else is hard? This level? This level is not supposed to be this hard. I don't know why they suddenly decided to be like, yeah, let us blind you forever. Wait, I think I saw this one from up there. This one is like to the secret area. I'm gonna check if there's anything at the right real quick. Yeah, there is. Okay. Okay. And now we do this one. It would be nice if I can see. Let's try. Yeah, it goes to the secret area. I guess we could farm some... I need water attack to farm the soul. This is the same area. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not. Oh my god, I cannot see. I'm literally, I'm squinting so hard trying to look at something. What the? I cannot even see the core that I need to destroy. Oh, GG. Fuck. Oh, it's so shit. Who thought it's a good idea to just be like, oh, shitty, we're gonna impair them with blind, curse of law, or like, fuck. Wait, I'm missing some chat. Oh yeah, I still need to water. Yeah, Ash. I'm very locked in. It's a big mall. I know a few friends who love that. Me. Doing 1-1 when Malaysia is hot. Malaysia is very hot. Oh, Fluffy! Hi, Fluffy. Hi, Dragon. I'm locked in for another reason. Am I gonna get locked? Wow. Gonna say healthy and hydrated? Yeah. Alright, back to this god-awful stage. I never used the word god-awful. This is the first time I used it. I think that means something, no? UK is due a heat wave next week. Not looking forward to it. I always hear heat wave in UK is extremely terrible because you guys, people in UK is not allowed to use air conditioner, right? Like that's ultra fucked up. UK structures tend to be built to keep heat in and don't have AC? Oh fuck. Oh that's fucked up. Wait, that's fucked up. To keep the heat in? During heat wave? Oh no. All the buildings are designed for cold. Most people don't have AC. Ah, wait, then... Oh no. That's fucked up. Was like our barracks when I was in Alaska. Oh, don't remind me of barracks living. I guess I'm extremely lucky enough to not have lived in a barracks before. Usually in Malaysia, once you reach a certain age, you need to go like serve the soldier thing for 2 years, right? But I'm exempted from doing it because of my personal condition. Because of diabetes, I cannot join the army training. Have I been here? Helps. There's more. Oh, my eyes hurt from this. Fuck me. At least at work, documents strong rooms are 10 controls, so I can DOS in there if I need to cool down for a bit. At least there's some workaround to it. I could handle a document from like 1604 yesterday, from the reign of James the First. Oh my god, 1600? Yay for document storage rooms to stay cool. I do cybersecurity, so my work office tends to stay pretty cold. I just get 0 service in there and cannot watch streams. Whoa, cybersecurity? Oh my heck and heck. That's like hackerman stuff. That's an old paper. I wonder what special measures are used to keep them safe and preventing them from breaking down further. Yeah, I'm surprised that they don't like deteriorate over time with how fragile paper tends to be. Let's see. Nothing here. I found it. Okay. Oh my god, I can finally see. All documents are often very climate controlled, with temperature, humidity, and even light controlled. I don't get to do the fancy fun hacker voice stuff, just risk management stuff for various systems. But hey, it pays most bills. That's good to know. Yeah. It's on vellum, animal skin, so it's sturdier than most modern paper. It's kept at certain temperature, kept in acid-free packaging, and handled delicately. There are lengthy local legal documents, so only really hardcore researchers tend to use them. Like to repackage them now? Yo. A Kobo doing delicate work. It's so different? Yeah. A very hot morning. Hi Jeffrey. Waking up sweaty and sticky from sweat is so disgusting. Sounds like a shower is needed. Sometimes even with air conditioning, I sweat a lot in the morning as well when I wake up, so I think it's pretty normal in Malaysia, or in Southeast Asia in general. So you're just gonna like have a morning shower. Also, hope you're doing good, Jeffrey. Oh, how are you doing? Dynamo, hurry and get out of here. You're good at running away, aren't you? Very clever, but I'm here for the nightmares. I've been gathering them, thinking that I might be able to to enhance my powers. So, will you do me a favor? Give me all the DNA souls you have gathered. Oh no. Okay, wait. I think you hate water, so here you go. Yeah, you do. Here you go. Oh. At least I know that they hate waters and can steal souls from them. Oh, give me a break. Thanks for the souls. Thanks for the souls. This guy sucks. Boo, this guy stinks. This guy stinks. I too explode when water gets on you. Oh no. Otherwise I'm good. Good to know. Oh, I'm GA now. Okay, good. Meow. Meow. Hyperdash. Hyperdash sounds cool. Okay, so we have 2 parts left, right? Yeah, 2 parts left. So it is just this and this now. Weapon plus sounds cool as well. These are limited, I can only do 1. But there's 5 slots, why can't I only use 3? Hyper dash or just normal Kobo movement speed? Maybe. You know what sounds cooler than Hyper Dash? You oh no, I'm not cooler than Hyper Dash. I have MegamanX6 on my DS, I really love it. Never could beat the end boss, even as an adult, but playing it is so much fun. Yeah, I'm playing this like X6, right? As a kid, I can barely beat it. Now I seem to have a slightly easier time in general, but gosh, this game is fun as hell, honestly. We do the boss of this one then? Here we go. Infinity and beyond. Wait, no, wrong stuff. They don't give souls. Do you hate water? Yeah, you do. This is fine. Everything hurts. You get fucked. This one I just walk forward, right? I don't need to go to the secret area anymore. Hi, Jake. I see I've getted all the X armor, only the blade. I haven't getted the shadow armor yet. Gosh, the animation in this game is so fucking cool though. I'm gonna cry. The investigator sent to this area is Infinity Medinion. Stay sharp because he may have very powerful weapons. Okay, what is good against that? Ooh, sniper? How about water again? That's kinda cool but also very bad. Maybe they hate water again? Everything hates water because everything is robot. Oh. Oh, I remembered you. Oh, I hate this guy. I hate this thing. So also play Mega Man Battle Network. Oh, because there are no Battle Network games, but I get lost so often because the game is not go there, do that, do this progress story. Oh no, the game is like find yourself, you lose shit. I would help you. It was very frustrating, but also rewarding when you progress the story. Ah, yeah, like it is similar to like it is old games behavior. And also Monster Hunter behavior. At least Monster Hunter is like straightforward. But back then Monster Hunter is like, you have a knife and a shield. Go kill this big dragon. Good luck. You're a robot? I'm X. I'm kind of a robot. I love old games. Old games are great. Someone comes. Come? Sorry. Infinity Beginian, you are one of the investigators of the nightmares, aren't you? You seem to be hard to deal with. Why must I cover up for the lack in ability of the other investigators? How did you come this far? Don't say you destroyed my sweet Illumina. I destroyed such a dangerous Reploid. No, I was still conducting a test or two on her. I wanted to use her to destroy all the idiots. Now I'm angry. You don't like it when I'm angry. I got a power. Wait, no, sorry. And that means you're dead. Oh shit, that's actually fire. Oh wait, this thing hurts. Wait a second, this thing hurts. Okay. Do it on them. Water is the best. Water is the best. Let's go. Oh shit. Holy, what the strong, brother. I miss the games where you had to find out and do stuff yourself. Yeah, it is kind of a nostalgic feeling, no? This game is also kind of like do stuff on your own. They give you some hints sometimes, but you're on your own there. I also miss when games don't have DLC, you know what I mean? It's like I spend money to buy this game and I own everything this game has to offer. It's not like I buy the base game and then you have to buy this DLC to access this content. No DLC, you stupid broke bitch. What are you doing? This. I cannot believe this has been normalized. This has been normalized. Like most games is like most games is like, oh, here's the base game. Oh, you want something more? Here's your DLC. Give me more money. I'm like, ugh. I can give you a hint. Sure. You cannot go to the internet to look at what to do because nobody did a walkthrough. Hey. And the DLC is a normal thing these days. I fucking hate it. I honestly do. It's so dumb. Also, hi banana. Zero is red. Oh my god. How could you say that? Oh, hey, whoa, them's fighting words. I'm joking. I don't like how Nintendo has been doing DLC recently. I don't like DLC in general. Infinity Meginion, X-Test pilot for large weapons. He had a special body that could process at a high speed. He ignored the test program, choosing instead to go on his own schedule. He produced excellent results, but he always had trouble with the other staff. Even Gate was able to control him. Wonder he was disposed of by making it look like an accident. Oh, shit. I also hate the buy stuff with real money in-game. Oh, the microtransactions? Yeah, shit's whack. But microtransaction has been here for longer than DLC should. Because microtransaction appears in early MMOs, and at least you can choose to be like play the game free to play without hindering too much of your progress in game. But now MMOs are like, oh, you don't buy this, you have to spend 24 hours to 1 month to progress through this thing. Like, oh my god. Waking up to a rant is fun. I'm sorry. It's just when games does that, they've obviously left stuff out of the game just to release it later, instead of making the whole game then starting to make DLC after. Yeah. It's sadly that's the norm now, it feels like. That's why the Nintendo does that. You can get some only e-card because of the Switch Pro, but the PlayStation you can't put the DLC in and just play. Or disc. Oh yeah, they reduce or like they stop the. They did something with the physical copy stuff, right? Alright, I'm back here again. Let me see if I can beat this thing with X. Oh my god, furry! There's furry in my MegamanX6. Oh my goodness, there's some oh, that actually looks really cool, unironically. Sorry, that was loud. Alright, back here again. I think... Is this one going to be good? This one might be good, actually. Here we go. Alright, asshat, I'm waiting for you here. I couldn't hold and move at the same time. What? You know what? That sucks big time, actually. No, it's actually not bad. Alright, do it again, Whee! What? That was difficult. I think they're still producing physical media on video games? That's messed up. Oh, this thing is back. Scan the physical copies not exist in the future, like those little books we got with a game, and you could read about world and the characters, if you know what I mean. The game manuals, right? Yeah, back then every game comes with a game manual. One more fire touch and I think I'm dead. Yeah, I wanted to do the wall cling. Mr. Manuals. I have mixed feelings towards the manual. I think I can do that. The initial dash is invisible. Yeah, it is. I'm the best. I'm the best, I'm the coolest. Immediate death after saying it. It's Mega Man, it happens. Oh. Ow. Fire bat. Oh. No, 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 no. Oh, fuck you. Okay. We good, we saved them. Oh. Oh, that's fine. Maybe water will... You... Okay. Watch this. Give them water. Give them water, the sequel. Oh wow, that actually hurts big time. The water works on everything. Shit. Alright, we have the same walk speed, I believe. What is this? Whoa! Oh! Does this hit? Oh, it does. Oh, that's crazy. Watch this, chat. It doesn't kill? That thing sucks. Alright, we did. No problem. Cool. Okay, okay. Screen effect. I mean, it's really cool, but it didn't do what I would think that it would do. God damn it, I thought I was cool. Oh, can I go up? Oh. Ooh, choices. What? How? Why do you revive? Are there any special attacks that can help? I'm thinking. What is this? Well, I posed on them. I'm thinking. I think it has to be very precise now. Okay, I'm actually the best. Holy shit. How the fuck did I do that? And I got full health out of it. And the armor part? I'm the best. X. Oh, give you an armor program. Collect 4 programs to complete the armor. Now I will install an ARM program of the Shadow Armor. This program will enable you to fire in 3 directions simultaneously and use a striking charge saber. Go and defeat the evil of this world. Okay. I guess that was just the precise platforming thing. No. No. Okay. I really love the voice acting though. The way they get hit, the way they jump and stuff. It's simple, but it's so cool. Oh no. Did I do this? We're already at GA rank. Maybe there's more ranks? I just need water. Yeah, let's do it. Burn outside. I already don't like this. Where am I? Area? I can't contact. No contacting allowed. Let me drink water. I need to drink water. I have clinked Wawa. Utilize the charge saber. Maybe I can use the Giga attack on something else. Oh. Why am I like this? I didn't push down. This might work. Hmm? 什么东西？哦，今晚哈，你们讲今晚不是？没有我还以为中音的店就是直接我引进去就好了。我可以问他，要不然我就跟他讲你们要几点过去。我没有跟他讲今晚呐，我就什么都没有跟他讲，因为我以为就是 walk in 就好了。因为我觉得直接 walk in 进去应该没问题了，应该可以了，没有问题了。My mom is bringing my sister to the what do you call the place again? 整蛊师. 整蛊师 is like the one that a person that makes you lie on bed and then they position you in a way and then they adjust your skull. They adjust your bomb. I don't know what they are. 整蛊师 is what I know. yeah, that's what it is. What? Chiropractor? Yeah, I don't know what. I think it's chiropractor. We got 2 chiropractors in chat. Maybe it is. Oh, that's pretty simple. Okay. Alright, we need water again. Hey, how you doing? Dynamo, you again! You look very busy all the time. I'm interested in the nightmare and its investigation. It's dangerous, stop it. Please do not get in my way. Okay, you always get mad, but I want many souls, even yours. Ain't stupid ass bitch. You did. Come here. Yeah, that's right. Oh, you wanna jump away? No. Give me a soul instead. How about that, huh? Oh, how about no? Alright, you wanna jump again? Yeah. Are you out of souls? You might be out of souls, actually. They ran out of soul. Poor them. I can't beat you. Until next time. Thanks for the souls. Chiropractor. For not giving a hard time. English is weird. It's not chiropractor. chiropractor. It reminds me of the Bobby Finn shorts on YouTube, I believe. You know, the person who teaches English and then be like, no. you answer something that is like, you answer like a supposedly rhetoric question, and then they go like, no. It's so funny. the way he delivers the no, it's so funny. I need to find his shorts. Buster Plus. No. I think we're almost at the end for this one. We got the armor for that one. Ads incoming. Remember, if you encounter any ads on my channel, please do tell me. I want to know so that I can send, so that I can make this a point to counter what Twitch said to me about the ad revenue stuff, right? Thank you so much. If there are any ads playing, of course, but if you use an ad block, feel free, right? Ad block is great. Block ads, fuck ads, right? If I can disable ads completely, I would. Do I go back here? Or do I go here and try to maybe find the... Nah, we beat the boss of this one. No! As a partner you can. I can... what? Oh, disable ads completely? So you should just become Twitch partner. I wish I can, but I'm not. I'm sadly just not Twitch partner worthy. Currently anyway. Who knows, maybe in the future that I can. You never know. Water is great, right? Let's use water. Go, water! Kill them! Yeah, water! It's night. I don't think partners can dispel ads. You're just gonna show your tits and like be a webcam thought so we can be at mercy of Twitch CEO. Like I wish you were joking, but you're actually not. You are not. It's real. I'm Twitch CEO Dan Clancy. It's so real. It's so painful. Like, brother, you're just gonna be a... Oh my god, it's so funny actually. I hate it. Oh, fireman. I see him scrolling through his follow list when the story is raw on mobile. I think I heard wind of that. I think I heard wind of that. Like his follow list is all just e-girls. It's actually kinda crazy. Like, what's even crazier is that he's so old. So old that he has white hair everywhere. It's crazy. If the viewers must send ads for Twitch Turbo, those don't pay. Oh. Wait, I thought... No, Twitch Turbo pays, no? I could check the email again. I believe they mentioned Twitch Turbo pays. Unless they're lying to me straight up. Give me a second. No, you know what? Fuck Twitch. I'm gonna show the answer to you all. Let me open up real quick. Oh, my PC's dying. Whoa. Sorry about that. Apparently Opera uses a shit ton of resource when I open it up. Yep. Alright, I'm finding this one. This would show my email, would it? Oh, I can kind of hide the email. Give me a second. Oh, I cannot hide my email. You know what? Let me snip it then. There, I snipped it. Alright, I'm gonna hide the game so that you guys cannot hear the music as well. This is what's been said to me though. There are a few different things that can contribute to you seeing a difference in ad revenue from day to day, even with the same average viewership. The first thing to know is that ad revenue from ads may appear in as soon as 12 hours. I mean, that one's normal, right? Next, there's always the use of third-party ad blocking software, which I promote. Use AdBlock, we love that. The software that users may run, which will also affect these impressions. Finally, depending on the region of your viewers or forum, they may not always be ads that show in that region at that time. If no ads are shown, no money is earned. I know it can be frustrating when you don't see the same result day after day. It's, you know what's funny? I see the same result day to day. It's 0. But ad revenue is one of the trickier things to rely on since it's so variable. And that one I actually agree, right? What I'm feeling towards the ad revenue things is that if they give me I'm gonna say if they give me 2 cents, like 20 cents, other than 0, that's fine, right? Because I could not disable ads entirely, and ads apparently still plays on my channel, and I'm getting 0 out of it. It's kind of fucked up, right? This is their response. I told them. So I don't know how I feel about that, you know. And boop. Okay, there we go. We're back. So that's why I'm kind of like asking you guys to tell me if you guys receive any ads at all. I'm sorry about that. But it's also in a way helping me. A lot actually, so thanks in advance. Water. Go water! Yeah, water! You got him. I always haven't seen a single ad here since I followed with BPP. Ads give you turbo pay, but with Twitch Twitch also views ad slots to advertise turbo. Oh, I misunderstood. Oh, oops. Oh, so when ads show Twitch turbo ad, that doesn't count. That's fair. So half the Twitch and half the all the skipped ads. That's I've been getting all my the turbo ads. Oh, spiffing breed found a cool way to fuck YouTube over. Ooh. Honestly, I haven't seen a single ad here since I followed with very. Oh, BBB. He made a 7-hour 40-minute video with 2,400 ads in it. What the fuck? No one watched that video now, there's too many ads. I already saw any ads with no sub. Yeah, that's 24,000. We're going up. Oh no, I'm dead. Help me, what the help me? I couldn't jump. The YouTube video just messes with you to add AI thing. Huh? YouTube's an add AI? AI add? Add AI? YouTube? It's okay, we have full health this time, we can just face tank everything. Here I go. Wee! Get him, water, get him! Yeah, one extra hit. Oh. Get sniped, I'm the best. Water is the best actually. Hydrate. Hydrate, very important. Oh, oops. I didn't mean to use that. YouTube marks part of the video that are quiet or seem like cuts to put an ad there. And he made a video that looks like every single second is good for an ad, but it doesn't mean every ad spot will be used every time. So technically it can have 24,000 ads, but only a few of them is like valid. What am I looking at? Oh, I couldn't move. I couldn't move. I couldn't. Oh no, are you serious? It's okay, water. Let's go, water. We love hydrate. Nice, that was easy. Seems like it's a good ad spot because it's all performance with no speech. Placing at every possible second. If there is minus 90 seconds unskippable and up to 3 minutes skippable, you place it every so often as long as every 10 seconds. Oh, I want to see what's down here. Might be a bad idea, but we'll see. No! Okay. Alia, this area is very hot. What's up? If I remember right, it is hotspot, but I can't confirm temperature changes from the hunter base. Looks like I'm in a very bad place. Is this also the nightmare? Could be. Oh, this is like from below, and I went from above. Maybe that's why I have to fight so many bosses. It's just harder, a harder route, but safer here. It's like a reward for going through that tough spot, I guess. Wait, this one destroys them. Oh, wow, this one just straight up destroys them. Okay, I get it. Looks like every enemy has like a distinct weak spot. Yeah. You cannot just... You cannot... Well, the thing is, it can, but you cannot. I want to listen to story. Alright, there we go. It is also a hotspot. Watch out. There are more fields of magmas. It's getting hotter. I should be careful not to fall. Oh, would it been nice if you tell me earlier, game? Would it been nice? I mean, nice way of healing? Yeah, I literally have like so many health. There's so many 1-ups, I mean. Go, water! I shouldn't have given up. That was stupid of me. I shouldn't have done that. I could have got off that magma like a pro actually. I couldn't believe I gave up there. That's so not me. I could probably dash up there. Probably. Go, water! Yeah, water! Get him, water! Nice, get sniped. The further I go, the hotter it gets. The investigator must be this way. The investigator for this area is Blaze Heatnix. Prepare yourself just in case. Chad, do you know what fire hates? Dragonfly. Sorry, rock. I'm gonna bet on rock, not water this time. How funny would it be if it's actually afraid of rock? Ooh, that's actually a pretty cool sprite. Welcome, I've been waiting for you. Yokuzo kokomade kita. It's so hard. Not dragon. Medium hot, I guess. I'm gonna drink water. Water good. Thank you, banana. Indeed, hot burp. You are strong compared to the others. I was bored because there's no strong Reploids left on the ground. Although I was ordered not to kill. It's too hard, isn't it? You must be Blaze Heatnix. Brainwashing Reploids is lame. Don't you think so? Let's fight to see who's the strongest. Are you Goku? Magma Stream! Rock! It's actually afraid of rock! No way! Get fucked. Oh no! Whoa! Rock spew upon you! Rock spew upon you! Oh. Wait, no, I'm out of rock. What the? You want what? One hit me. You want what? I'm dead. You don't mark my split. The power of hydration. I cannot believe Pokemon knowledge worked here. Fire type afraid of ground type? Oh, rock type, sorry. It's actually afraid of rock, that's funny as hell. The power of rock. The power of hydration. Water a good tuner better. No! I don't think I'm better than water. Water does so many jobs. Magma Blade fires a wide range blade from Sever. Ooh. Oenzan. Press attack button while holding up. Okay. And power drive. Blaze Heatnix, an ex-investigator for the hotspot. His ability is far beyond the others. He could research any dangerous area. All other members who fell behind were killed. Gate, who created Heatnix, improved his powers and strengths. In order to prevent any more victims, Heatnix was disposed deep underground. Oh, that's why he's there. That was deep underground. Alright, we have one last stage left. one last stage. But we also need one more armor parts for the shadow. Yeah. A Mega Man brother. Hi. Oh, Mega Man brother. Is that a Mega Man connoisseur? I don't know. Like, don't judge my gameplay. I'm not that good with Mega Man. I only play Mega Man X3 and X6. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Let me just plug and unplug this again. There we go. Alright, we have Recycle Lab left. Do we need Weapon Plus? I don't know what it does. I want Weapon Plus. Yeah, I want Weapon Plus. Alright, Recycle Lab it is. Used to, but I hate Mega Man now, except Zero Series. Oh, hey, it's all good. Interest changes over time, that's very understandable. Oh my god, it's a shark! Metal Shark player? Wait, very good friend of mine actually got a fan-made Mega Man game. It's one of the bosses. Oh, yo, that's really cool. Fan-made Mega Man game, and then you're like the
Ready?
Ready? Oh no, this is the one-shot area. This is a recycle laboratory. And parts of disposed Mavericks are recycled here. Whole operation should be stopped now. How are things going? The belt conveyor is stopped, but a large compressor is working. It must be the work of the nightmare. There is no signal. Be careful not to get caught in the compressor. Can I use this? I want to know the story. Oh, let's go. Metal is cobbled. I'll share it. It's all Vor based. Aww. I'm not really into Vor. That as a Kobo, I know it's weird, but I found the right armor. Can I get by the compressor with this? You should be fine, but be careful. I'll try not to get scrapped. Oh yeah. Ooh, get uppercut. Get tutu'd. That's literally Kazuya tutu. Hex, piles of junk narrows the path. You will be gone if you get squished by the compressor. I know, I'll be careful. Get tutu'd. Hell yeah. Oh, you want me to abandon the armor? That's the thing, I'm not into it either, but I love the tease and make friends blushing. Yet just found that it's actually a really well-made game. Maybe I should give it a try. Maybe I should take a look. Oh my god, that double jump was actually air dash. Oh my god, fuck you! I can say away if you really want it. It's not on any platform like Steam. If you don't mind this, I would like to have a look at the game. Don't like that. Random person saying Donald and all that. Yeah, but like Annie is not random person. Or Fufi likes Roar. Don't do it! Ooh. I hate this stage. Gives me so much anxiety. What? Okay. Sorry. Play mobile in my kitchen. It's all good. And take your time. I mean, I'm not gonna look at it immediately, so you have a lot of time, plenty of time. There's no need to like do it immediately. I couldn't get it. How did I not get it? Yeah, that's why I don't want to go forward. I can't. This cobalt smell of Mozino? Dang. Actually, I remember. Wait, there's an area here. Woo! 哎呦，我病哎，从头开始，你妈真的是，从头开始你条毛啊！哎呀，你妈堵烂哦！不要诶，心脏负荷不来呀，妈的！哎呀。Permission to send a channel for free since foreign day might like it. Send a channel for free. Wait, how do I? Oh, like you send the game to me and then I'll send it to Fluffy, something like that? Imagine telling Malzino couldn't be me. I totally didn't eat shit the first time I saw her. Hey. It's Malzino, it's fine. We love Malzino. Malzino can suck my blood all they want. Oh, I suck Malzino. Both way works, I like it. Don't worry about it. Anyway, can I knew it. I was like, there has to be something that I can do about those rocks. Not these ones though. Because I vaguely remember that I don't need to suffer this much when playing this stage. When I was a kid anyway. I went a lot of Google searching back then. I'm gonna ask before I post a different Twitch channel here. Kind of feels rude to do so while live. Aww. Yeah, I mean, in general, it would be rude. I get that, What? Yeah, no, I hate that so much. Fuck. Oh, Jade's Kobo confirmed. Still no bird? I forgot. I forgot. Kobo no brain. Kobo brain doesn't work. Oh, floofy Kobo? Actually, how kobold I am today. Please be 100%. What? I'm a dragon today. I'm gonna eat you all. What do you mean I'm X today? Oh yeah, I'm X today. You're right. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna eat you all. Oh, Telmo? Oh my god. Telmo's so amazing. Sentient Telmo? Oh, that's so cool. What's here? Okay. Feels like there's a big dash though. I don't know if I can make it. I don't want to go through that place again though. Chat, I'm sorry, I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna save state real quick, okay? Okay, I save state. I don't want to go through that entire place again. Is it gonna be fast? X is not fast enough. Dragon Kobo and Kobo Colony. What? What? You fuck? How did I die? Oh my god. Yeah, okay. I'm so good. I'm the best. See? Fans equals online. EZ? Yeah, EZ. What the heck am I looking at? Water! Excuse me, what? Yeah, dash jump I cannot dash anymore. Maybe it's a dragon colony. Yeah, it's Kobold colony then. It is now Kobold colony. Hay ya, cái biểu chửi điểm mà tôi sao? What in the fuck's name am I supposed to do that? Huh? Excuse me, what? Maybe I need these? No, I cannot jump over the screen. Shadow boots? That's literally the last part that I need for the shadow armor. It's non-functionable. It will be non-functionable according to Dr. Light unless I got 4 programs loaded, which means 4 armor parts obtained. Oh, I just post on them. Whoa, that's actually pretty cool. Does it get when to jump a screen and a half? I don't know. Like I post on them. I'm now shiny. I don't know what this does. Can you poke off enemies? No. Enemies mess up your jump. Oh! Can you freeze them? Not that I know of. Alright, still thought I could change. I could change it. What you do though? What you do? What you do though? Nothing works. I pressed triangle again, nothing happened. Thanks, I guess. This is pretty cool actually. This one follows the screen. Oh. Maybe dash jumping? It feels possible with dash jump instead of like jump dash. It feels possible with this because I'm jumping from a higher angle. Let's try again. Maybe ice is the way to do it. I lied. The question is how you're gonna get back? You die. Oh my god, I actually need to die for this. What? That's fucked up. What do you mean? Holy shit, this game's fucked up. Unless I can ice again? Ice! I cannot ice. I tried. 哎呀，尼玛个逼啊！真的是高挑毛，结果还不是什么都做不到。尼玛是哎呀 ！Can you charge yourself to dash jump? Nope. Yeah, you either do this or you do this. Yeah. Rip. I'm dead. Maybe this will give me like a special flight. Am I jumping higher? I think I'm jumping higher, chat. Oh my god. Yeah. this? Maybe I can push these? Huh? Wait, they're back. I can push this one though. X is strong? I know, right? Oh, the black one is like 1 by 1. Purple is straight line. Oh, I messed up. But then again, I still... Oh, if I do this plus the ice, maybe it's high enough? I'm gonna push the one below here. God damn it. Oh my god. Cannot destroy rocks anymore? I can't. Come on. If that works. And then this one, go for it twice. Destroy that one. This plus ice. Yo! 10 hours spent, it's still not enough. Hi, Becky. Fluffy tail maul. Love tail mauls. I've been enjoying tail mauls recently. Nice. Tail mauls are great. Yeah, that one falls down. I didn't mean. What the hell? Okay. I chose to destroy one. Okay. She's in the kitchen. She's also a lovely being. Actually, I think you might know her. Enough on that. Maybe past everyone. If you don't mind, I might. I'm okay with you, like, telling me who it is. They get despawned. They get despawned. They get despawned. What the hell? Oh, Bailey! Yeah, hi. Me and Bailey I would still think that we're still friends because we used to. Yeah! We used to play Deep Rock Galactic together. But that was like a long time ago. Bailey is amazing.
Ready?
个鸡掰面啊！我这边跳，你边撞你条猫，鸡掰真是哦。Oh, a mob there. Wow. even if you're on... Exactly how? Let's see. Even if I push this one, it's gonna be... yeah, there's no boxes here. I was hoping I can like maybe push from up here towards the end, so that maybe I can get like higher or something. Maybe not. Look it up. Not yet, not yet. They get despawned, so it's fucked up. Okay. Oh, fuck. X is dying. Oh my god. X is dying. X, I give you an armor program. Collect 4 programs to complete the armor. Now I will install a head program of the shadow armor. And this program will enable you to swing the saber faster by analyzing it. Protect the earth from the nightmare. Okay. Execution error. You cannot dash jump, you have to jump, delay dash. I already hate what I'm looking at. What happened? Where am I now? Very insightful X, thank you. Wait, it's a side scroll. Oh no. Hey Tira, important thing? Yeah, what's up? Do you want me to check the DMs or something? I can just like pause the game real quick. I cannot destroy that thing. Hydration important. Oh yeah, it is. Here, let me. can head off to bed? Okay, have a good evening, Fluffy. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate Dragon. No DMs, I'm still in the kitchen. I'll say the game later, of course. No rush. Am I not supposed to use the armor? Is the armor a trap? I mean, even if the armor is a trap, that thing stays down for so long that I can't even get out. I don't think the armor is a trap though. Maybe... Maybe I can destroy that with some attack? Some specific attack maybe? Yeah, maybe the... Yeah, maybe that's a loop trap, because I can destroy that with... I use armor until that point, and then I'm gonna drop the armor. Yeah, I did. I got the hair loop. I'm so glad I leave the worst for last. My eyes, they itch. Wait for it. Oh, GG. No. Okay, never give up. Mama told me to never give up. Oh, are we fighting that Dynamo guy again? Let's steal his soul. Because this is a secret area. Yeah, it's him again. Long time no see. Dynamo, why are you here? Nightmare souls, they're very good. I will get the souls that you collected. Do you like water? I think you do. Oh my god, it's water! Wow. Oh, jump away? It's okay. You like water? I think water is pretty nice. They are literally out of souls. Why do you hate water so much? It feels like it feels like robots from Mega Man Universe don't like water. I still can't win. Bye, X. Yeah, of course you can't. I'm too good. Host on them. Let them know. Yeah. Hyperdrive. Shadow armor completed. Nice. And let me try shadow armor on the stage. I'm Shadow the Hedgehog. I'm the coolest, I'm the best. I need this.
Ready?
Ooh, Shadow is pretty cool. Huh? Oh my god, Shadow sucks. You cannot dash cancel. You cannot dash cancel the saber. What do you mean? Full charge attack is this? Is a thing that X can do. I can use other weapons. Ooh. Oh no. Oh no. The shadow sucks. There's no air dash as well? What? I guess this one hurts. What the? What are good? Thank you, Evie. That was a little bit too spicy. Oh! Oh, wow, you can cling without falling down? That's kinda cool, actually. That was way too close. Huh? But... Wait, this is also a secret area? But that one is also a secret area though. Unless this is intended path? I guess, I'm not too sure at this point, just kidding. Unless there's like a different path that I'm missing?
Ready?
Now belt conveyors are also moving. The nightmare should be doing this, but I can't see any changes here. We don't know what will happen. Stay alert. Okay. Ooh, that's really cool. I didn't even know. Oh my god. Wait, you can't jump across spiny area. What can we do? Oh no. So without shadow, wait, Blade can do it. So without any armor, you cannot progress through the stage. That's kinda weird, but okay. Can I stay here? Oh my god. I didn't mean to dash.
Ready?
Oh, no checkpoint sucks ass, brother. Turning on PC will look for a game soon. Thank you, Annie. I forgot. Oh! Did I just... Wait, am I not afraid of spikes anymore? So I died because of... Wait, did I die because of physics instead of spikes? That... Oh! Whoa, I didn't even know. Holy shit. Sorry, give me a second. Something is detecting something as like my right hand. I'm gonna step on this spike. Oh! What? Holy shit! Okay, maybe shadow armor is really good. Oh. Nice. Oh, he's the cord.
And the Kobo mate? What a combo. Oh my god, I'm finally out of that hellhole. That scared the fuck out of me, actually. What am I trying to hit? Cool. Bestest Kobo combo. Shadow sucks. I mean, Shadow good. So that I don't have to worry. Wow, that was an airdrop. So that I don't have to worry about spikes. There we go. Not being afraid of spikes is a huge thing, actually. For this stage, anyway. I got a strong energy signal. It must be an investigator. The investigator here is Metal Shark Player. They're on guard. What a name. What a name now. Metal Shock player? Dang.
Drink more water. I need to drink more water. Right. Let's see how do I beat this Kuko. Gosh, I cannot help it. That's a really cool sprite, holy shit. You, what are you up to? Instead of investigating the nightmare, you are manipulating it. It's strange that you are not affected by the nightmare. Hehe, you have excellent DNA, don't you? I like to analyze your DNA once. You must be Metal Shark player, right? It doesn't matter, I'll get your DNA. Wee. Oh yeah? Shadow does mean I cannot cheese. I have to fight for real. Oh, you're aiming at me. I won't because Shadow is too tanky. Shadow is extremely tanky, I just realized. Also, let them know. Easy, GG no re. Get out of here. Metal anchor. A bounding weapon used on the ground. Raku Kojin. Attack plus down button in the air. Devilish Kiku Twak. Kiku Twak. Life up saber extend. Ooh. Metal Shark player. An ex-investigator of recycle team. He studied recycling in order to create a new Reploid from parts of disposed Mavericks. His most important work was to analyze and control DNA data of the Mavericks. His analysis ability was so great that he succeeded in resurrecting dead Mavericks. Since DNA resurrection is explicitly prohibited, the law instantly dealt with him. Gane was also interested in DNA resurrection, so he encouraged him to collect the DNA data instead of stopping him. Metal Shark would have continued if Gane had stopped him. Oh. Alright, that's all the bosses. So now we go to the last stage. Secret lab. We got pretty much everything. I'm not gonna save every single one, that's crazy. If I'm using Shadow again, I don't want this. Let's do Speedster. Alright, here we go. Wait, there's a problem. Yeah, I'm listening. What is it? I'm also eating popcorn. Oh! Holy banger. I can say with the Mega Man file too big. Oh. What of Google Drive then? Not paying for Nitro again? This goes shit. I got lucky someone gifted me a year of Nitro last year. If not Google Drive, then oh, Telegram works too, right? The secret laboratory of Gate exists in a place like this? Let's move in. Let's go, I'm so fast. Our radar condition seems to be very bad, and I can't get the clear vision. Can you find anything? I found a hole. It's like it's inviting us. I assume the laboratory is below this. I don't think I can communicate with you once I enter it. Right, we're having much noise within our transmission even now. Just be careful, X. I have to stop Gate and his evil. TG works. I had a fake Nitro for years, but yeah, this course a bug. Discord is very bug. I agree. It's dark, but I can see some light. Can you see anything? Ada? Ada? Ada. I have lost the transmission. I have to go alone. You go, X, it's gonna be fine. Ha 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 ha. I'm not with spikes, let's go. This could have been very spicy. But because I'm OP now. What a good call using shadow armor here. They scared the fuck out of me. Nitro only up to X amount. I'm like, full. Is it still too big for into the game? Oh. Wait for Discord to update. It's still the same sanctuary noise for now. It's probably gonna take a little bit of time, I guess.
Dragon, dragon, face, 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 dragon, dragon,
post, dragon, post, chicken, chicken,
baby chick, baby chick, baby chick,
baby chick, baby chick, baby chick. Hi, Crystal. I'm surprised DTS allowed that. That's a lot of emo, but it's fine. No big deal. Counts at 10, 50 for Nitro Basic, 100 for full Nitro. Oh, there's like a different version of Nitro? That's fucked up. Yeah, Shadow Armor is like OP right here. I am not struggling at all. Shadow Armor is so strong, what the f. I can move. Oh. I assume that one shots. 3 to 10 compared to 10. Still fucked up. This squad sucks. Can I? Sure can. I don't think I can touch that fire. Okay. Can you stay open? Says it's unclaimed. Oh. Oh no. The music repeats. It's too long. Forster Harry's score is like an option to do so. Vibe coding. This score is vibe coding? Oh my god. It should be fine. We have speed, so it should be easy to dodge things. What is this? Uh-oh. How did I hit him? I'm so fast. Okay. Oh, I guess I got some good hits in. Oh, how would I know? How do I hit that? Oh, let me take those. I'm not doing any damage at all. Ooh, okay, that's pretty cool. Okay, since I did this, let's heal. Okay, first time using that, but I'm doing it anyway. The fuck? The fuck? Is this... Oh, you're joking. Okay. I think Disco is still being announced. Disco is ass. Oh, sorry for the mouse pointer. Well, that was interesting. Yeah, the only thing Shadow Armor struggles is not having other weapons. Makes boss fights a lot harder.
とうとうここまで来たね、エイリア。君には昔から勝てなかった。君が常にトップだった。
いいえ、あなたの方が何もかも上だったわ。私はただ課題をこなしていただけ。あなたは課題を守らなかった。たったそれだけのことなのよ。
どんなに高い能力があっても正しく使われなかったら意味がない。お前とエイリアの差はそこにあるはずだ。
Kill them, X. Let them know.
レプリロイドだけの国家なんてできやしない。人間もレプリロイドも共に不完全な存在。お互い助け合っていかないとダメなんだ。
The sound. That sound. That sounds like I'm being hypnotized. Hypnotized? Yeah. Give me a second. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. It's getting kinda dark here. Don't get hypnotized by the noise, okay? Be careful. Hypno, I'm here. Where can I get zonked? Here. I have a well. I'm not the snake, but I can try with my body colors. The snake can hypnotize much better with the hypnosis reading.
そんなことはお前が一番よくわかっているはずだ。
このボロボロの地球を救えるのは誰だ。人間たちは地下に避難し何にもできない。地上で活動できるのはレプリロイドだけだ。こんな状態にしてしまったのもレプリロイド。
I got big time ripped off from a pizza place tonight. $60 on a cold pizza that looked nothing like what they described in the picture. The garlic bread weren't even cooked. What the fuck? Funny enough, my hypnotist is partial snake and naga. Yo! How does a hypnosis session work? I never seen or been in one.
ですよね、X 君。
Those is reviewing things including the pics I sent. Hopefully they do the right thing. Hopefully they like, oh yeah, we messed up.
気にするな。
大丈夫だよ、シグナス。
レプリロイドが不完全なことは認める。イレギュラーも発生する。だから僕の実力も正しく評価されなかった。しかしそれだけの自信が持てるものを作り出せたんだ。そう一ついいことを教えてあげるよ。
Episode 2, the optional anchovies they put on looked more like sardines and stank. Far too many of them? Huh. Wow, trying to rip people off with that? Damn.
さすがに僕の実力だけではここまで来れなかった。
What is that?
でもこれを拾ったんだ。まさに神の導きだね。なんだと思う？ただのガラクタだと思ったよ。はじめは。ゼロのかけらだよ。ゼロの DNA を手に入れることができたんだ。
Piece of Zero? Zero's DNA? Uh-oh. More damn zero on the button. No, but you have to send me a message around me very all over the place today. Yeah, sure. I am very curious actually, so I hope you don't mind me suddenly invade your DM and be like, hey, tell me more about hypno stuff. I think I'm actually interested in that because the moment I created my snake character, I realized that I like it. So yeah, there we go.
聖地に踏み込んだような気分だった。素晴らしかったよ、ゼロの DNA は。
ゼロの DNA。
ハイマックスもナイトメアウイルスもいとも簡単に作り出すことができた。正気ではいられなかった。こんなに完璧で最強のものが出来上がってしまうのだから。しかし上には上がいるもんだね。ここまでたどり着くのだからね。
お前にはわからないのか。確かにゼロの DNA データは強大な力を持っているかもしれない。でも使い道を間違えた時からその力は弱まってるんだ。
Hell yeah, X. Tell them, X. They dumb. He dumb. I know I've been a subject for years and will always shield for my test, and that's not even from them telling me to do so. Oh, subject got depressed by even my album was like, no, this is too bad for food and well, it needs replacing, so thermal shut off. Oh.
我が友ゼロの DNA を利用して残り少ないレプリロイドたちを苦しめた。お前の罪を。
Yeah. X is angry.
絶対に許さない。
Oh shit.
望むところ。
Good.
君を倒さない限り、僕の理想国家はありえない。来い、X。
Damn, we're fighting immediately again? Let's go. Oh, or not. I wonder if it will be different if I use zero and go there. Would the cutscene be different? Oh, do I go here again? Yummy chicken for the fast food place next door, and the microwave garlic bread said that it was still yummy. First time ever trying an entire delivery order out though, without even touching it. That's just unfortunate. I'm sorry I had to go through that. Like, it definitely sucks big time. Oh my god. What would I do without shadow armor? What the hell? I mean, it's definitely possible without the shadow armor, but still. Ah. The grounded slash is so bad. Oh, it's this thing. Mega Man fan game sent. Oh, thank you. And thank you for sending me the game even though you have to went through so much trouble. Thank you. Of course. Oh my god. I didn't even realize it crushes. Oh my god. Fun game like 5 worlds if I remember correctly and few secrets. Okay. For a few years now, either antivirus will try to flag it when being an executable or not. I mean, it's a game and it's been like known to be safe, so I can always add a white flag to it. Oh, that was tough. It was ninja suit? Yeah, I found all the armor. Welcome back, Lex. I know, but also you downloaded this phone. It's a virus recurrently identified safety versus games. Yeah, definitely. I'll definitely keep that in mind. Not a single heal. I don't like the random travel route for the thing. The ninja suit sucks though. I cannot dash cancel the saber. I can only do this. Oh, it's you again. Data-wise, I've surpassed you. There's no chance for you to lose. Are you still babbling about things like that? I just have to win. What do I do? For the kid spider? Yes, Buddha has been streaming lately and it's amazing. Amazing vibe. We love Spooter. Oh, I can still do damage. Not ducking. Oh, nice, the dead zone. Desmond? Mudada. Oh my god, I missed that shit. Say that again. Oh my god, he said the thing. Fuck. Desmond. Mudada. That's one. Nice. Oh, why are you... Desmond. Mudada. That thing hurt. Mudada back to you, I guess. That's it. Oh, you're the dead zone, I swear to god. The dead zone, oh my god, I made it to 60% and it's still not enough. I hate it when I do the microtron. Look at that! I did the micro adjustment, it bounces back and I... Oh. Man. Fuck it. I'm pulling it to 90%. Give me a second. I'm sorry that I'm also eating something here. That zone, let's do 80%. It was already at 60%. Okay, we're back. Yeah, we're both one hit. Maybe this is good. Yeah, it's not happening anymore. There's no walking, so I think it's fine. Okay. Vibing? Vibing is always nice. Alright, here we go. Alright, your asshat. You and your stupid shield. Fuck. No dead zone now? You did. Ayoi. They're so scared they did double shield. Yeah, this one is more range. I can wait until it's down and do the grounded ones. 무더더. This moon. 무더더. Oh, that works too. I was scared if a Kobo in armor came running and shooting it. This moon. You should be scared. That's scary. That's true. I can react to what they do next one. Get out of here. Post on them, let them know. Hell yeah. Nicely done, GG. Heck yeah, thank you, Lex. Kobo did good. Even though Kobo was cheating with shit. Ooh? The shadow armor. This one is really cool though. I had Speedster and D barrier, so the game is relatively game becomes a lot easier at least. Oh no. Love that. Can I just... yeah. I'm okay with this. Ooh, okay. The music is so good though, chat. Oh, holy... I honestly had goosebumps when I hear this the first time just now. I forgot this music exists. Aha! Oh no, I'm dead. I'm dead. Ooh, that's nice. Oh, that's why. I actually dodged that. That was like a just frame jump and dodge with Speedster even. I didn't jump. Wait, how would I do this? I don't have air dash. So Shadow Armor cannot do this one? Weird. I think Shadow Armor might be not able. maybe they thought of it as like, yeah, we cannot just let players use shadow armor to go through the stage. Shadow armor doesn't have air dash, so heck, this level I hate so much. This jump right here. I mean, it will be easy for the other armor, no? It's just impossible for shadow armor because technically possible with every armor. Really? Holy shit! Okay. I didn't jump. I didn't jump. I'm gonna ignore everything. Go, 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 go. Yeah. Have fun, have fun. I'm shadow armor. What can you do, huh? Would you recommend looking at a video, because otherwise you will be here forever? Oh, I'll try a little bit, I guess. Yeah, it just do that. Come on, jump! Yeah, to be so pixel precise with the setup, and in some cases use your ultimate to get a tiny few more frames of airtime. What? Holy shit! That precise? Oh. I cannot hold the jump for too long, but my hands are sweaty from this. It's so scary. One more time. Oh, okay, let's get back real quick. It's a one-time thing. That's fucked up game. The jump It's like the jump, I have to hit my head with the jump. Yeah, the rain sucks as well. I love how the game is like, oh yeah, the player is having too much fun now, let's fuck him up. Dang it. That single jump is why I stopped playing before. I can see why this discourages people from playing. It's extremely crazy. Oh, I got greedy, I got greedy. Oh, when I first see them, they don't block. So when I'm fast enough, I can do that. Duh. I don't think there's a way to let my head bonk on the bottom of that pillar. How about this? Is my method of setting up the way... like the video question mark? Oh no, that was... that has to be it. Dang it. What? These things are such a time waster. Okay, fine. I'll look it up how to jump this one. Because I'm pretty sure if I look it up, I still need the execution to do it as well. Alright, let's go YouTube. MegamanX6. Secret map to jump. The impossible jump using shadow armor? Using shadow armor to jump across. This one is 40 seconds. Alright chat, we're gonna look at it together, okay? Let's pause this one. Alright, I have it paused. Yeah, I'm doing the same thing. I'm not doing the same thing anymore. Why are you holding that? What? You are... You are joking. Let's watch the other one. How about this one? Yeah, that feels very convoluted. Yeah, this feels like a normal way. They're finding the pixel, finding the pixel. Oh. They messed up. Oh, that's a pixel perfect. Nah. Nah. How do you jump, hold, how do you press 3 buttons at once? They did a dash jump, no? Motherfucking, that's 3 buttons at once. Is Kobo trying to figure out speedrun strats or something? I'm trying to figure out how to progress the stage. Yeah, alpha airtime. But I have to charge the sword. Okay, I have to charge the sword. I have to hold dash. I have to jump. So I need to hold square. I need to hold... Oh, that alone is already impossible? That's standard gameplay apparently. It's like they... Once the animation for the ult starts, you can charge sword then? Didn't they do it the first jump? Yeah, they did the first jump, charge again. They didn't charge the second time. Maybe I can do backwards. Saw on video where someone just dash jump, but I don't believe that one. It's impossible. I tried. Can revamp controls? Maybe I can. I can remap the controls in Duck Station. It's like the game is trying to discourage us for using shadow armor because it's too strong. They left from the exact same pixel as the last one you saw. Let me try if there's like any without parts equipped 6 years ago. 45k, wow. Trying to find a peso. Yeah, it's the same jump, so it's the same strat. So I have an idea. It's possible. It's gonna be ear bleedingly loud. Well, not loud, but annoying. There's an auto charge option in the game. I could do that, right? So I can focus on holding the right buttons, right? Yeah, evil devs. Well, holy shit. Oh, I'll watch that one after then. Very skeptical. Oh, they just dash jump that one? Dang. I should drink first. Oh, health, health, health. I forgot. I've gone to the bathroom or stretch your legs at all? I did stretch my legs, but I haven't gone to the bathroom today. Okay. It's auto charging. Hope you're not holding it in, not go for the banner. No, I'm actually don't feel too needy for the toilet currently. So, it's lucky, I would say. Sorry for the charging noises though. What on my brain? Fuck! Alright, here we go. Okay, so let's go over this. Jump. Cut. Okay, I need to react to after I jump, after I reach below the pillar. At the peak of my jump, cut, giga attack, cut again, and then that should work, right? That should work. That's solid. Fuck. I'm trying to go through a standard gap. It's not even like a speedrun shred. It's just a standard platforming. Standard. Jump, cut, giga attack, cut, and that should be it. Alright, so square, R2 square. Good, what? No. Okay, I can still Giga attack. Yeah, I need the reaction. I'm so old. I cannot react now. Oops. Oh man. That's so difficult. Okay. You know what, chat? I'm gonna cheat. I'm saving state here. I don't want to keep running that place again. Okay. So different start on YouTube. Oh, I just went to YouTube. No. One more. Dude. Grab. Yo! I'm saving. I'm saving. Oh fuck. Okay. I almost felt that one so hard. No more auto charge, thank you very much. Yeah. That was so fucking difficult. Holy shit. Oh yeah, also hi again, Mama Dragon. Looked easier on the video. It could be the one that Lex sent me. It's not just a dash jump. A different armor, I guess? This is Shadow Armor only, because the thing with Shadow Armor is that Shadow Armor don't have air dash. Shadow Armor can only dash jump. And that's it, right? So no air movement, that's why that jump is so impossible for Shadow Armor. If it's like Blade Zero, it's easy. Yeah. That's why people have been saying like the impossible jump for Shadow Armor. That jump. definitely seem intentional for the devs to be impossible. Yeah, because honestly, using shadow armor for the secret lab is like extremely easy because you are essentially negating the only thing that's dangerous for the stage, which is a lot of spikes, right? And then shadow armor just be like, la 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 la, I'm not doing anything, right? So it's definitely intentional, which is also understandable. Whoa, cool, I never seen that before. Shadow armor runs IP and gives Spikes a hug? Yeah, we hug Spikes all the time. Oh shit, what's going on? Oh, that's cool. Last boss? Are we fighting Gates now? Yo, it's him! Most impressive. All of my reploids have already been destroyed. I confess I have nothing to use. Gates, surrender! Or... not now. I have one more experiment I'd like to perform. Stop! You're violating the law. I'm sorry, wrong game. Oops. You're making a big mistake, but you know that, don't you? Who cares? I've always wanted to analyze you. Come on, X. Oh no. I have to do charge attack on you? No? Oh, I destroyed that, and then that thing hurt itself. Yeah, okay. Bro. Sounds about right. I cannot move. I cannot attack. I cannot attack. What the? What was that? Okay, so it has to settle down. So that thing makes the game crash, is that it? I destroyed everything then. Oh my god! I cannot jump. I forgot. Not this one. imagine that I have no footing and then still trying to fight this bitch who can fucking fly. And then I have to tank every hit they shoot at me because when they shoot 2, I'm guaranteed to get hit. I don't get when games do like, okay, you have all the mobility in the world. You can wall cling, you can dash jump, you can jump twice, you can up jump. And then the difficulty they decided to go for is to limit your movement as much as possible. What? I don't get it. I always hate that direction. When death goes that direction, it just sucks ass. It's so bad. The secrets of Delete System 32? Holy shit. No. I can't even shoot. I reacted that casual, the game says. Couldn't even attack. Imagine a game with tight controls, right? And the game would be like, yeah, let us mess with controls and let us mess with your ability of movement, right? Oh, you like to dash jump? Or you like to jump many, right? Well, here in this boss fight, you will not be able to do any of them. Have fun. Oh yeah, your only way of dealing damage to the boss is to hit yourself. Why? Why? The first 98% of the game was absolute masterpiece, and then this shit comes out. It's like, yeah, fuck you, the game says. Oh, we're doing good? Let us fuck, right? Like, we're doing good, let us fuck ourselves up real quick. It's like, oh, wow. I'm actually pissed. I don't get to do cool movement tech and shit. Very cool. We go together. We go together. I literally cannot attack. We go together. Oh yeah, we have Giga attack as well. It's entirely useless, like, against this thing, I think. Uh-oh. That worked. Let me try the Giga attack on this guy. Oh, entirely useless. Let's go. Love to see it. Oh, I'm gonna heal this one. Uh-oh. Okay, wait for our next chances. Oh, fuck you. MegamanX games are the original Souls-like? Sure feels like it. That's definitely not the end. Golden Zero. Lamau. No, like, the thing is, you have Zero's DNA. I have immortality. I legit have immortality. You killed me 29 times. Actually, not that much, but yeah, I just have immortality. It sucks to be you, I guess.
まだ終わりじゃない。僕がこのまま無様に消えていく愚かな奴だとは。こんな最悪の事態もちゃんと考えておいたんだ。これだけは使いたくなかった。
Would it be crazy if was it Sigma? Sigma suddenly appears. It's like "Ugh."
僕自身も消されてしまうかもしれないが。悪魔を復活させたよ。
No fucking way.
シグマをね。
No fucking way. Am I a fortune teller or what? I might just be a prophet. No fucking way. You just brought back Sigma, you dumbass. What the hell?
調子に乗るな小僧。あの程度では死なぬわ。お前の助けなど必要なかったわ。邪魔だ。消えろ。
Well, well, well.
これで邪魔者はお前たちだけだ。今度こそ決着をつけるか。この先で待っているぞ。
Can I actually tell you a secret this time? Chat? I'm gonna tell you guys a secret. I have never won against that gate fight. Because I got so angry at the game always when I fight against that stupid gate when I was a kid. I had no like, I don't know how to jump properly. I cannot react to like me falling or anything like that. And I believe I used blade armor back then, and it's like, yeah, really hard. So I can never win against that. So I don't know what's going on here.
またあいつか。でもまだ完全に復活してないみたいだ。急ごう。
X 聞こえる？気になったんだけど。
Oh.
そこで倒れているアイゾック、機能停止しているわ。死んでいるの？過去のイレイズ事件と似ているわね。
Whoa. Is Isaac Sigma?
何の反応もない。一体これは。ダメだ。今はそれどころじゃない。シグマを追うぞ。
Sigma. Yo, that took 31 minutes just for that jump. Last fight, I assume? Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Let's go, Shadow! Congrats, heck yeah, thank you, Chip. Also, welcome back.
Ready?
Spooky! Oh no. We love spikes in Shadow Suit. While we're in Shadow Suit, we love spikes. Oh. Oh. It's the classic. Wait. It's the classic boss rush. Oh no. didn't think about that. I guess we go for the bottom. I have to fight fair and square because I cannot use any weapons. Yikey picky. Here we go. You first, GG. Was always stage is watching quietly? Oh, thank you. At least we get to listen to this banger again. Could have done it sooner. Oh my god, the timing. Oh no.
Ready?
Hi, Ion. Yeah, I already used my energy tank. Where to fight that one first? That one is tough. Yari! I actually know what they're saying. Yari! Short of like something like do it. Oh, that's a clean. That's a clean station.
Ready?
I guess the strategy is to just spam this. It's pretty much the only thing that I can do here. But it's just that that move has such a small hitbox, it's painful. That worked. We got 2. Oh no. The only problem with Shadow is that the saber sucks ass, man. I hate it that I cannot dash cancel this one. Literally a charge saber does the same damage as a normal buster shot. One more. Oh no, I touched it. I could have won that one. How fast does the Giga... I think the Giga attack charges really quickly. I should use that more often, a lot more often. We start with that. Yeah, we start with that. This is a true test of skills because there's no cheese with weapons now. Got a lot of hits in. Okay. So we start with Giga attack and it's gonna help a lot. I'm pretty sure I cannot die once during the boss rush, right? No, the rainy turtle is gonna be really bad too. Okay, we have to face tank that one. I don't see a way that I can avoid being damaged there, so just face tank it. Okay, the second one done pretty easily. Right, here we go. This is the one I'm afraid of. Okay. Okay, it's not that bad, it's not that bad. I forgot the jumping charge attack is really good. Against something that doesn't have armor, yeah. I forgot which one is pretty scary. This one is free, this one is free. Speed up, save some time. Alright, here we go. I'm still gonna get full health. Alright, last three. We're speed running the rest now. Hopefully. Okay, this is a shark one. I only fought shark once, but we also use this armor, so we can try again. That was fast. Okay, that's free, that's free, that's free. Hi, Roxas. Mega Tira. I'm speed running. Well, not really speed running, but I'm trying to get rid of the bosses as fast as I can. Using shadow armor anyway. Hope you're doing good, Roxas. Are you not going to Ba? I thought everyone's going. Oh wait, no, you didn't tell me. You didn't tell me if you're going or not. Oh, this one is scary. Never played Mega Man Classic? I only played Mega Man X3 and X6. Oh, that really hurt. I'm not messing with that. Recycle. Fair enough. Alright, last two. No more Giga attack, but we're almost there. This one I cheesed with Zero. I don't know what his moveset is. You think I can hurt you? I just remembered. Alright, Asshat, you're dead now. You and your cool, get out of here. Alright, last one. Here we go. Oh, it's a yum mark. This one I don't have a charge buster anymore, so it's probably not going to be that easy. Formation. Ute. Got him. Actually, it's still pretty easy. Thank goodness I went from the last one to the first one. There goes the boss rush. We did it. We have Giga attack? Okay. I'm gonna save here. I don't know what kind of catastrophic is gonna happen if I die here, so I save state just in case. I'm telling you guys. I am partially cheating. Okay. Alright, I'm going in. I remember X3 is also like boss fight, so yeah.
Ready?
Ready? Alright, off we go. Gargoyles in the area. Some of the gargoyles have some amazing shots, I would say. Oh, what's that sound? Pretty sure I can finish this game within today. Alright, we good. Bailey, hello. We were just talking about you. How Bailey's doing, man? Welcome. Well, at least me and Annie is talking about me. Oh, I never said this, but happy Pride Month, Bailey. Happy Pride Month. Alright, I'm going in. Oh. Oh, it's you. Okay. Shiguma. You don't look good. You don't seem to you don't seem to complete, Sigma. Ugh, X, get lost. I'll completely delete you. Silence, I'll destroy you. Even with this half-completed body. Get ready to be deleted, Sigma. No boss music? Actually scary. What the hell? I'm scared. Oh my god. Oh my god, that was... There's no way, right? In comes the real Shiguma. Yeah, I knew it. Let's go. Can I defeat him? I don't think so. Not yet. The battle has begun. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, chat. I'm dead, chat. Shiguma is going to kill me with its shitty English comprehension skills. You can't beat him. He's a Sigma male. Oh fuck. Die XXX just die. Yo chill. Don't go to that website. God. What is he talking about? Though he's not fully conscious, he still remembers revenge. I'll put you out of your misery, Shiguma. Just rest in peace. Yo, let's go. Yo, is that a Brandon? I never been here before. Oh fuck. Hi. Oh no! Please tell me we just fight that big one. GG. GG. How do I dodge that attack? How do I dodge? What? Okay, we lose less health now. I don't think that's dodging that. I'm fast forwarding to save some time here. Okay, only when your mouth is open I can attack. Oh wow. This is worth. Thank you. It's a one enough for you, bitch. What? It's useless. It is useless. You know it is, X. You cannot defeat me so easily. You know you can't, X. I have to work for the reconstruction of the world. I have no time to waste on you. If you show up, I'll defeat you. Don't forget you said that. That gives me the motivation to come back again someday. I will. Whoa. Shut up. Get out of here. That has to be the last boss, right? Yeah, when the music plays, you know it. That's everything, right? That should be everything. It's over? Fuck yeah. Easy game. Took me 7.5 hours to complete the entire thing.
そうだな。
そうだな。
X、ゲートを連れて帰ってどうする？
Yeah, what are you bringing Gate for?
こんなダメージじゃ修理しても無駄なだけだ。分かってるよ。ただエイリアの同僚だったと思うと。放っておけなくて。仲間がいなくなる寂しさは知ってるから。
Oh my god, baby Pepe. I'm trying and things just on train to sporty connection. Ha 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 ha. Hope you're okay. I'm doing pretty okay, yeah. I just finished MegamanX6. One of my favorite childhood games, I would say. One of my favorite childhood games that I never finished. This is the first time me doing it, honestly.
心配かけたな。ちょうど迎えが来たようだ。
大丈夫？二人とも。デートなの？
連れて帰ってきたんだ。X の優しさ。
Oh yeah, I don't know if you heard that, but Happy Pride Month, Bailey. Heck yeah.
ひどいなこりゃ。どうするよ。
エイリアに任せるよ。余計なことをしたかな。
ありがとう X。できるだけのことはしてみるわ。
任務完了だな、これで。
Our mission is not yet complete. But why? We defeated Sigma, who wakes up at 3:30 a.m. Oh fuck. Alright, fair enough.
何でも直してやるぜ。メカニックとしての腕の見せ所だ。
I can fix it. Bob the Builder. Oh, sorry, wrong. This is Megaman X we're talking about, okay?
私はイレギュラー発生率ゼロのプログラムやウイルスを完全にシャットアウトする完璧なプロテクトプログラムを
Please release an OS that is immune to all corruptions and viruses. That would be nice, you know.
ゲートに負けないようなプログラムを目指すわ。
Wow.
みんなで力を合わせてゆっくり確実に歩んでいこ
う。You too. Oh, thank you, baby.
長い旅は始まったばかりだ。
It is our month.
今度こそ本当の理想国家を目指すぞ。人間とレプリロイドが平和に暮らせる世界。
Yo, GG easy. Let's fucking go. Completed in a day. Akiteru? What a banger of a game. Okay, I would say 98% of the game is absolute masterpiece. The gate fight is dog shit. The gate fight is actually dog shit. I hate it. Actually, yeah, 99% good. Actually, right? The last section brought it back again. Show me your moves. Show me your moves. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. There's more. I'm surprised the hand tracking is doing well. Thank you, Leap Motion Controller. Never mind, I said that. Oh wait, actually if I do this... I'm the best dancer. Here's my Yongchun. I've been playing Dragon Village 3, yeah. Hi Roland. That's a lot longer than I thought. Wow. I'm working out the story here. I never owned an N64. My first ever console was a PS2. Ocarina of Time? Zelda? Zelda just really doesn't catch my attention as much, honestly. Oh my god, flashbang. I-D-E-A, 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 I... Oh, it's over. I-D-E-A, 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 I-D-E-A. Oh, okay, woo! At the boss-like screen, position the cursor on game start, left 3 times, right 1 time, L1 3 times, and then R2 1 time. Chat, write it down. Write it down. Chat, write it down. I need to know. I don't know what this is. Write it down, chat. I don't know what this is. Chat, I need your help, chat. Help me. Oh my god, I don't know what this is. I'll try to write it into my brain. 左左左右. Oh, actually it's just left 3, right 1. That's pretty easy actually. And then what? So left, right, L, 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 R, and then start, I guess? Take screenshot? Oh my god, Banana is so clever. Zeus already failed the assignment. Zeus, what are you doing? Oh, nice, Lance, nice. Oh, I can understand that. Hell yeah. Take screenshot is like the clever way. Capcom. Sending us via Discord. Oh my god, that's up and beyond. All right, so at game start, right? Left, 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 right. Is it R2? Oh, it's R2. Oh fuck, I messed up. Chat, I messed up. Help. What did I do? I messed up. It's R2. LLL1R2. Oh no. Kobo dance party? Yo. Okay, try again. Okay, and then game start? What do I get? What do I get? I look the same. You're so cute though. So yes. Aww. Her piece? Oh no. Nothing changes here. Everything looks the same. Maybe hard mode? I mean, hard mode is already like there, you know. Hard mode is like selectable by default. Why can't I do this as shadow armor, huh? Apparently it's two different codes, each one unlocks an armor. Oh, maybe I'm not seeing it because I need to go to... Okay, let's see what armor that is. I'll try to speed myself as fast as possible here. Hi, Akko. Oh my god, shut up! Oh yeah, this one is gonna take a while, huh? Unless I can... Ah, okay. Oh my god, they use a huge chunk of damage. Wait, that's crazy. I've been doing this stupid shit so long. I've been hitting the big boy for the entire fight. Get out of here. Alright, I want it. Ha, I'm the best. Alright, speed up. And then high max. Coming. Yeah, no time. Well, I have time, but no time. Mudada. Desmo. Mudada. Alright. Speed up. Let's go. We're saving to a new data. Why not? Hit the orbits fast. Oh, Akko is doing it. Welcome. Oh my god, shut up. Okay, we get... Alright, Amazon area. No, no. There's no armor! Did I mess up? Do I have to press start instead of the X on GameStop? Up, down? No. Oh, I did hear the noises though. Oh, wait, I really want to see what it is. Let's restart game. Sorry, it's X and unlock dark armor. I'm speeding up. Okay, here. Okay. I started as some Falcon. that was Falcon, sorry. Yeah, it's normal. I'm busy, I'm busy. Coming true, coming true. Everything's fine, don't worry about it. Okay. Desmond. Oh my god, I didn't do the Desmond. Oh, this one's so slow. Desmond. Mudada. Maybe it replaces X? We'll see. Maybe.
Ready?
It looks pretty normal to me. Oh, that really hurt. Holy shit. Oh! Oh! It's okay. Oh my god, it brought me back. I must be missing something now. Dark Hunter and Ultimate Armor X. Well, I'm not seeing it, so... It's just weird, no? I mean, I inputted the code, it makes some jingle noises. I can't do it. I tried to. You only have one? Shut. Best boss fight music. Second place was 0 and replaced the code you did first. Oh, only one? That sucks. Well, I kinda want to see what Ultimate X is. Let's do that real quick. So left, right for Ultimate. Oh! Yo, that looks cool as fuck! What is that? Holy Edge! Oh my god! X! God damn! Holy buster shot, brother! Holy fucking shit! What the fuck? This is truly Mega Man now. Oh yeah, dash jump. Okay, you have... Okay, only choose either one. Oh, cool! I worked hard for it! Do you have a different charge attack holding up? No. Holding... Saber feels the same. Oh, you have a Giga attack! Early Giga attack? Oh my god, that's so cool. What the fuck? Giga attack. What is that? It did something. That's the Giga attack. It didn't consume it. Nah. It's a free Giga attack. It wanted to the free Giga attack. What? No. Holy shit. What? It's a free Giga attack. Hello. Oh my god, I worked hard for this. Invincible! Invincible! What the fuck? I'm sorry, I'm like so... I didn't... I see how they hid it behind beating the game. That is insanely busted. We need to know how much damage it does. I could just keep doing this. Like, what's stopping me from doing that? Other than the rock here, I'm gonna get hit once. No big deal though. Now who is the boss? Yeah, hell yeah, man. How much damage it does? Big game is 0. Oh right, this is 0 ending, right? But 0 done with shadow armor, so it's gonna be a lot harder, no? Alright, watch this. I'm not hitting the core, by the way. I am not hitting the core. I'm not hitting the core. What the fuck? I'm not hitting the core. Let's go. I love being broken. This is what I'm talking about, right? This is what I'm talking about, like... The game rewards you for beating the game, and then there's no DLC. This is not behind the paywall. This is not behind the paywall. This is in the game. You just have to beat the game and get the code. Or you cheat, right? You cheat by looking up any cheat codes, right? Alright, we speedrun the first stage again, and then I'm gonna call it a day. I have been here for 8 hours, and I'm actually very hungry. Let's rewind. I need to look at Shadow Zero as well. Shit. Alright, first stage. I want to see how busted the Giga attack is. I mean, we've already seen it, but I want to see it in a real boss fight. Ultimate. Oh my god, Ultimate is... Bro, Edge? That's so cool. Alright, chat, I'm going in. One hit. GG easy. Get out of here. The initial movement is invisible, by the way. I thought the initial like animation was going to get hit, but no. Post on them, let them know. Get fucked. Get fucked. There are many Reploids everywhere who needs help. You should search all over for them. I missed this one because I don't even know how to get up here. Easy, get out of here. Boom, get out of here. Boom, get out of here. Boom. Oh yeah, we're gonna go find Can we go fight Shadow Zero? Yeah, we can. Okay. Get out here. Boom. 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 Very nice. Boom. Whoa, hey, no. I missed it. Hiya. Oh no, it's at the right side. Did they might give you a special zero armor? Probably not. I already got ultimate. Ultimate X. So why would I get special zero armor then? I can only have one or the other. It's kind of a weird choice, but I get it. It's so busted. Alright, how many Giga attack can you eat, brother? Here I go. A good chunk of damage. A good chunk of damage. Yeah, a good chunk of damage. It did like a little bit. it did a little bit, you know. It did a little bit. Not as much as I thought. okay. I take the back. I take the back. It did so fucking much. 4 attacks on the Mega Man X boss fight. Yeah, this is great. Less than 2 minutes for a stage. Oh, I forgot to save. I chose the wrong one. It's okay, I can save state this one. Okay, here we go. Alright. Oof, I'm getting pretty on Reddit they say you only have one. Yeah. I mean, we already proven to be true. We inputted I assume was 1 code, but apparently it was 2, so that's why I keep getting like no X armor, but I keep getting the second one, which has been mentioned is Shadow Zero, which I haven't seen that one yet. Yeah, and you assumed right. And with concrete proof as well, because we keep not getting the ultimate armor. So yeah, I think that's alright. I'm closing it here. I'm so tired. It's okay. I can test it out on my own off stream. I had fun. I played my childhood game for 8 hours, man. Holy. Drink of History is hard. I mean, I'm not really playing it for the PvP, so I'm just raising dragons and collecting them. How do we add friends? I need friends in that game. Alright, I need to find a raid target and also open up music as well. This one and this one. Boom. Yeah, the story mode is pretty hard. I'm stuck at the 4th chapter, I think. Yeah, I'm stuck at 4th chapter. Right, time to chill. Congrats on beating X6. Oh, thank you. It's my first time beating it too. Hell yeah. Thankful stream. Heck yeah, thanks for hanging out with me. I had loads of fun. Ocarina of Time could be a good one if you get a point with no game to play. You've been his Sigma grind set. Yeah. We beat the waking up at 3 in the morning, take a ice bath, and then look at books for 2 hours, and then look at more books, and then we have the fanciest yet not fulfilling breakfast, right? And Kobo sounded like had fun. Excited noises were. It was really exciting. The game was really exciting to play. Like everything about the game is so good. Well, minus the gate part. And then banana to face, and then go swim. Then it's 3:35. Then we go sleep at 6, because rich people sleep early. If you want to get rich, you have to sleep early. I want. I want. Did you ever see the one that became a meme? Never really look into that as much, but I've seen the general gist of, I would say, yeah. Oh, there's only me and Dazzy as a kobold. I'm checking a dragon tag again. He goes swimming for like 1 minute in it. Oh, if you want to get rich, you need a wholesome little purple kobold girl. Oh, I'm not rich at all though. I wish I am, but I'm not. So many anime girls on the dragon tag. Yeah, it's all just anime girls. That's actually very surprising. There are there is a few dragons. A few. And then uses expensive bottled water that's like $20 a bottle to fill a huge bowl of ice to dunk his head. What? Whoa. Caution. And you get rich in the faction. Oh, then. Heck yeah, I'm actually, yeah. Who you raiding? Wanna raid a snake? Snake, do tell. Anime isn't real? I don't know about that. It isn't? Oh no. What have you done? Oh, it's fairy streaming? What the heck? Well, why am I not seeing it? I followed fairy. Fairy. Oh. 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 Get sniffed at. Oh, fairy is streaming. Oh shit, I missed it. I entirely missed it. I cannot believe it. Oh my god, Gorbo! And the hypnosis, hecckin. Get sniffed at? Get stared at? I hear you have dragons on your phone? I kinda want them. Whoa! But I want dragon's phone. Look at the smoochable schnooter. Sniff sniff. You got any dragons on your phone? Yeah, you got any dragons on your phone? I kinda want it. I kinda want it actually. I need it. Right? I need dragons on your phone. No, if you have any, I need it. Snappy. I cannot have a corpse stain. Oh, I'm not dead. Oh, whoa. We got one perfect shoot. Very smoochable shoot. The jank is corp as well? Yeah. Adorable. Let's raid Fairy. We can raid a Chinook. Why is there Japanese in the tag? 只是镜子 Spoiler. Wow. Yeah, let's raid Fairy. Let's raid Fairy. I'm so hungry. It's 8:30. Oh my god. Oh yeah, chat. I forgot to mention. Tomorrow I'll be playing Phasmophobia, the ghost game with Ixon again. And I kinda want to ask him to just use tier 1 items so that we can do some stupid shit in the game. we're going to yeah, Phasmo. Lex wanna join? Oh my god, many pet. Oh yeah, the pet is jank. Oh, it's a VTuber Plus thing. Probably gonna be very late for me, but thanks. Understandable. But since we started, we're going to be... I did fly, oh my god. Yeah, it's going to be at about 1 p.m. 1 p.m. my time. I'm not sure. I'm not too sure what it is over there. Wait. 1 a.m.? Oh yeah, no. That's very, very late. Oh, we have a 12-hour difference. So it's 8 in the night over there now. No, 8 in the morning. What am I thinking? It's nighttime now for me. It's about 11 for Ixon. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like 9:30. Oh, so 11 hours different. I'm sniffing. Alright, I'm gonna plug my things. My brain doesn't work anymore. I'm so hungry. I have coffee. Coffee helps. Coffee good. Coffee nice. Coffee helps a lot. I'll let Bernie talk about it as well. Hey Bernie. Bernie, tell them Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Wow, thank you, Bernie. Go eat. No, go eat. I'm gonna go eat. After raiding too much caffeine in Kobo brain. Honestly, I did drink 2 cups of coffee today, so actually, yeah, most likely. I also have a Discord channel. I announce my stream stuff over there. And there's also Dragon Sipping Corner because I love dragons a lot. Should have noms if heaven? I'm gonna get noms after I raid it. Kobo brain so go. Speaking of coffee, I'm gonna make myself some. Wait, but 8点半 oh. You can sleep after you drink coffee? Need noms in bean juice? Yeah, bean juice sounds good. But it's 8:30 p.m, so I don't think I can drink it. I already had 2 cups, so... Bacon and egg sounds good. I also have a rate message. The caffeine doesn't bother me anyway. That's like both unfortunate and also fortunate at the same time. It's like I can if caffeine doesn't bother me, I could just drink coffee whenever I want. But then when I need the boost, I cannot get the boost, so that's why it's like, it's unfortunate but also fortunate. Hey, that's the right message. You guys can use whichever email you guys want. It's totally fine. Morning fairy. Okay. That was the fastest type I ever done. Holy shit. I'm ready to read. I'm ready to rain. Before the rain, though. The Kobo is very hungry. It's okay. So before the rain, Kobo wants to say, thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are hecckin loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to Morning Ferry. Hiya. Hope you have a wonderful night. You too, Mama Dragon. Thanks for hanging around. Ooh, 28. I didn't expect that. I honestly thought when I play MegamanX6, there's probably not going to be a lot of people, but I was expecting like 15 to like 12 to 15 people. Hey, appreciate all of you. Thank you. I have my viewer count hidden so that it doesn't affect my mood. I mean, as much as I would like to say that, oh nah, it doesn't affect me at all. It's a lie. Like, I would feign like it doesn't affect me, but it will always affect at least even the tiniest bit, so it's only normal. It's how the brain functions. Bye-bye, thanks for streaming, lovely bean. Bye-bye, Chip. Try not to let stuff like that. It's normal for human brain to do that. It's very normal. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Kobo loves you. Bye bye. Take care. Love you.